are you doing? We are back for another one. But this time, we're going to talk about the world and what's going on in South Korea. What is going on in South Korea, guys? And what is going on with this little book? What is going on with South Korea, guys? Okay, so welcome back to the live show one more time. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And with that being said, the title for my stream today is the title for the stream today is what is going on in South Korea. Seoul is going wild right now. Seoul is going wild right now. Let's see.
South Korean president declaring martial law in a late-night TV address. CNN's Mike Valerio joining.
I mean, why do leaders do all this? I don't know why, but South Korean president declares martial law. Why? Let's listen.
Is now from Seoul. Mike, I know the detail pretty sketchy at this point. What do we know?
Well, we have disturbing details that are just crossing the Reuters wire, Becky, as our colleagues and team of journalists are sorting through what this means. Reuters reporting at this hour that all media in South Korea are coming under the control of martial law command in South Korea. What that means for us here at CNN, unclear. Our bureau's broadcasting from the heart of Seoul, South Korea. But protesters, according to information that is just coming into our bureau here, are being told by law enforcement that they can be arrested without any warrant in this new chapter of martial law that has begun just about an hour and a half ago. So to bring our viewers up to speed, what exactly we're dealing with here, the president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, comes on TV in an unannounced address to the nation and says, Becky, because of what he described as elements of government that are, from his view, sympathetic to North Korea, to communist forces, because of those things and others, he is declaring martial law for the first time since this country has been ruled by military dictatorship in the 1980s. Now, we are trying to sort through what this means for democracy in this bastion of democratic rule in East Asia. I live about just a couple minutes away from where we're broadcasting from. There are police, Becky, who are on their phones, calling their captains, calling their colleagues, asking, what are they to do? What does this mean? What is going on? In the building that I live in, and when you're just walking through the streets, there are people who are running to their families' homes to be with them, to figure out what to do to be close to loved ones in this moment that is unprecedented in so many of our memories. So Yoon Suk-yeol, the president of South Korea, did not lay out what specifically he wants to do with these martial law provisions. We're waiting for some sort of text that outlines what powers he says he will have. But from the information that is trickling out, the leader of the Democratic opposition party, Lee Jae-myung, is saying, there's no way this can fly. And paraphrasing what he's saying as we're taking in all this information, Becky. This is an illegal move, Lee Jae-myung, the opposition leader, says, and this has to be canceled. So lawmakers are streaming to Parliament, but we are also seeing reports of activity at Parliament being declared illegal as well because of these martial law regulations that apparently have come into effect. So to say that this is unsettling would absolutely be the understatement of the evening here at 11:42 p.m. local time on a Tuesday night. There are whole multitudes of people across the city who are stunned and are trying to figure out how an unpopular president made this move and what is going to happen next and what this means for democracy here in South Korea, Becky.
Stand by. I'm going to let you go just for the moment because I'm sure you can spend your time wisely bringing in more information to CNN. Thank you for the time being. I want to bring in Kenneth Choi, the international editor for the Korean newspaper, the Chosun Ilbo. It's good to have you. How do you assess what is going
What
on
is
and why?
going on here, guys?
Well, actually, a lot of people are
Why is he
dismayed.
calling
I've
martial
been
law?
in close communication with a lot of people, journalists and friends in political circle. Actually, everybody's flabbergasted. Don't know what's going on right now. We understand why the president made his call the way he did it, but it's absolutely stunning. It seems like he hasn't informed a lot of people, even inside his circle. So there's a lot of confusion going on.
Okay.
The opposition party has filed yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, let me just be quite clear. You said you understand why the president did this, made this decision. Can you explain what that is? Why specifically do you believe that he has declared martial law, and who are these sort of communist elements that he is talking about wanting to purge?
Well, he is frustrated because the opposition party, which controls about almost 2/3 in the parliament, has impeached 18 of his cabinet ministers level, impeached the prosecutor general, so they are impeaching everybody, and then the opposition party cut down almost $4 billion in the budget, government budget. So he believed that
Why they call
the
that?
opposition party is trying to shut his government down. And he believed that, all the leftist element from the North Korean agents or whatever has penetrated into this movement.
Yeah.
And they are, sort of inciting all these
What is going on in South Korea, guys? Do we have anybody from Korea up here? What is going on?
instability. I'm not sure whether this is deemed necessary to have a martial law. That's a secondary question, but when I said I understand why he did it, because he's frustrated. I'm not sure whether that's justified, because even the president of the ruling party said he would try to stop this. So right now there's a lot of confusion going on. The martial law committee chair, I guess whoever it is, has declared that no political activity is allowed from now on. So I think, as you said, the very essence of our democracy is probably come to a halt. I don't know whether it's a price we should pay. So a lot of people right now, it's middle of the midnight, so people are confused, still watching what's being sort of played out. And actually, there's a lot of legal aspects into this that needs to be taken care of. First, the president declared martial law, but the parliament can override this. And if the parliament requests, with a simple majority request to, put the martial law back into the cabinet, then, he has to, follow through. But the question is, will he, or, does he, bind to follow through, or does he, just continue to declare martial law? It still remains to be seen. So, a lot of people are very, very confused at this time of life.
It's so hard for countries like this to be democratic, even though they are supposed to be a democratic state. However, this guy, the president of South Korea, is saying that the reason he's declaring martial law is because he's trying to curb communism in his country. He's trying to curb communism in his country.
You say a lot of people are confused. It is obviously very late at night. This announcement was made on live television at 10:30 at night. Can you explain why you believe that the president might have made this decision to go live with this so late in the evening? Why not wait until tomorrow? I mean, is there any understanding as to whether he thought, leaving this until the morning would have been a risk?
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I don't know why he chose this time of the day to declare martial law. To me, and a lot of people that I talk to think that I'm not sure whether he has thought through this whole procedure at this moment, because The police are in confusion. The military is not mobilized at all. You can't. I just saw. I just looked out the window, and the traffic is still going on without any problems. So and then the martial law committee just declared that no political association is allowed. But that's just the words. There's no physical movement by the military or police. So it's really a puzzling thing. I don't know why he chose this time of the night. I mean, declaring martial law and putting everybody, on their toes. So
Things are confusing these times around the world, but the 47th is the president of the United States. So let's see how it goes. This is just another like hump on the road. I just pray nothing escalates because come on, we don't want escalation. All right, what's the next one? Don't catch a train to Busan, guys. Do not catch a train to Busan. This is gonna be something.
Not that you were seeing an escalatory tense situation there outside of the government building. I want to go to Mike Valeria to bring us there on the scene with what is unfolding, Mike.
Well, Rahel, we now have this ban, this declaration of martial law that has been overturned by Parliament. Will Ripley, our colleague in Taipei, was just saying it should take a simple majority of Parliament to overturn this, and that has happened within the past 2 to 3 minutes. Applause breaking out in the National Assembly. We're headed there now, but certainly a feeling of palpable apprehension of demonstrators trying to get to the National Assembly. We're seeing members of the military, law enforcement in their green camouflaged helmets and uniforms. And we had reports that these members of law enforcement were trying to stop members of the National Assembly from coming into the building to overturn this declaration of martial law. But enough members managed to get in. Again, 1:06 a.m. here in Seoul, and members of the National Assembly have overturned martial law in South Korea minutes ago. So now the question is, what does South Korea's president do now that lawmakers have overturned martial law in South Korea across the country? He did this as a way to reclaim power. He is a very weak president. His approval ratings hovering in the upper 20%. Conservative figure known.
Wait. Did this guy just say he's a very weak president? Oh, my Lord.
In this country for decades as a strong prosecutor, as somebody who has taken a strong stance against North Korea and aggression coming from north of the DMZ. And he did this, as far as we can tell, because there have been unending calls to impeach him, to remove him from office. And he said in an address to the nation a few hours ago that this was his way of strengthening control of government, which he said has been paralyzed by these calls for his impeachment and calls to impeach other members of the government, heads of ministries that he installed as well. So the question is, how does the president respond? How does law enforcement and members of the military respond? I can tell you that we have early reports of law enforcement starting to pull back from the building. And you can see on the screen more and more people getting into the National Assembly. So we're going to see if this holds. But again, in a dramatic tableau, lawmakers in Seoul just voted to overturn martial law with applause ringing out throughout the building.
Really remarkable how quickly all of this is unfolding. Mike, my understanding is you were there, you're on the phone with us. Just help us understand what's happening there right now outside of that building.
Sure.
Obviously, we see the video, but you're able to see the full picture. So bring us there.
Yeah, we're on our way there. We're in our bureau in the center of the city because we weren't sure if we were going to be able to have a signal, if it was safe for us to broadcast. But, the center of gravity of what is happening is at the National Assembly building. But I can tell you, throughout the streets where we are in the center of Seoul right now, and as you move throughout the city, there are police officers on the phone who are wondering what is going on, who are calling their captains. You can overhear them in Korean saying, what are we doing? What is happening right now? There are people who are leaving bars, who are leaving restaurants, calling their moms, calling their dads, calling their children, saying, I'm coming home right now. This has not happened within the 21st century, a declaration of martial law, something that remains in memories of people from the 1980s when South Korea was still under a military dictatorship. So people are bracing for what the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, could do now and what orders he will give the military and law enforcement, and will they be heeded? Will those orders be heeded now that the government, the parliament, the National Assembly has voted to overturn the president's declaration that he is in charge, martial law reigns, anybody can be arrested without a warrant? That has just been overturned minutes ago.
The question, as you point out, though, is the practical effect, right? Will the president comply with this? Will Ripley, I want to go back to you because that is a key question now. The impact that this vote there in Parliament, this overnight vote, will have on the martial law declaration. As far as I know, we haven't heard from the president again.
Essentially, this boils down to how much support President Yoon has
is this
from the military itself,
natural media
and would the
drift
military
from media to violence?
honor this vote in Parliament where people had to wrangle themselves into the building? But as far as we know at this point, there were no shots fired. This was not something that turned into what could have been an absolutely brutal and horrific moment for this democracy. A life-altering moment for this democracy, but that hasn't happened. They pushed their way to the building, they voted, and now they've overturned it. So does President Yoon have the support of the military to try to keep this thing going? But again, keeping in mind just how deeply unpopular he is, there's been the perception by some in South Korea that he's used this North Korean issue, even issuing nationwide alerts that people felt were gratuitous for things like a North Korean, missile launch test, to try to scare people, to try to rally people behind his agenda, a deeply unpopular agenda that is being essentially stomped out at every opportunity by the opposition in Parliament. And he's grown so frustrated, apparently so paranoid, thinking that North Korean agents have somehow infiltrated the South Korean parliament and are acting through his opposition to try to undermine his agenda. But the fact that he would surprise even members of his inner circle with this and to make this announcement in an unexpected.
But the thing is, if it's CNN saying this, bro, I can't even know what to believe, really. I'm not even going to cap, okay? If CNN is saying this, how am I supposed to believe this?
Way, declare martial law, throw his nation into chaos at a time where there is already so much uncertainty in the world. It raises a lot of questions about his mindset at this moment, what he's thinking, what is his plan B now that this has been overturned? Had he thought about this? And these are all questions that we don't know the answer to. We have to literally sit back and watch this completely unexpected, out of left field curveball that has been thrown our way in South Korea. Of all the things happening and brewing in the world, the story I was working on all day about North Korea and what's going on with them and with Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, definitely didn't expect, Pamela, to be here talking with you about this tonight after midnight here in Taipei.
And I certainly didn't expect to be leading the show with this.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. So, according to CNN, 5 days ago, controversial American live streamer faces prison in South Korea for offensive behavior. I just seen somebody said, Johnny Somali is cooked. And I Googled him, and this is what came out. Who is Johnny Somali, guys?
And it is the ultimate curveball. And we were just talking about this, MJ Lee, just what a shock this is for our viewers just turning in. You know, look, this is a vibrant democracy in South Korea. This is the first time a president of South Korea has declared martial law in the democratic era. Now the parliament voted to overturn that. But it is an extraordinary move, and it's something that Americans should be paying attention to. What is President Biden saying right now?
Yeah, as we were discussing before, when I saw these headlines coming into my inbox, I was completely stunned. I mean, it is so extraordinary what we have seen over the last few hours in South Korea. As you pointed out, martial law has not existed in South Korea since the 1980s. I was born there in the very last year that there was a military dictatorship in the country. Right before there was the first democratic presidential election that elected Roh Tae-woo at the time. I think Mike was making this point before, for people in my parents' generation and my grandparents' generation,
26
the
Live.
kinds of
Absolutely.
scenes we are seeing and the headlines that we are talking about, that is not history for them. They lived through these moments and moments of upheaval and violence when they were growing up. So I cannot imagine how shocking this must be for the folks actually in the country, and to have this
my neighbor's
come
kid is
out
out
in
there
an
right now.
unplanned practically practically in the middle of the night.
Just
None
one.
of this was expected.
How old are they? Are they like
as for
older
the
than
reaction
18?
from here in Washington, obviously the president is
Yeah,
not
that
here.
ain't
President Biden is traveling in Angola right now. We have heard basically
With all of this happening, the legendary Bidenomics is in Angola.
nothing from the president himself so far. All we have right now is a statement, actually just a sentence from a National Security Council spokesperson saying the administration is in contact with the ROK government and is monitoring the situation closely. I've asked the White House, well, at some point, are we going to hear from the president? Are we going to get a sense of what his reaction is to this so that we have a better sense of what position the United States government is going to take as all of these scenes are unfolding? And I do think we should talk about the Biden-Yoon relationship and the U.S.-South Korea relationship. This is a president, as you know, who has made real efforts to build up and foster and strengthen the U.S.'s alliances with countries like South Korea and Japan. In 2022, when he made his first trip as president to Asia, he visited Korea and Japan. Last year, you might recall that he hosted Yoon Suk-yeol for a state visit at the White House.
Y'all know they're going to say this is Trump's fault, right? They're going to say this is Trump's fault.
Rolling out the red carpet for this president, this South Korean president that just did something so unprecedented. You would think this would be a good moment for the president and this administration to really weigh in. So far, nothing yet.
Somebody said, good luck finding Biden. Shout out to South Korea. Peace on to South Korea.
We are following breaking news out of South Korea. It is just after 2:30 in the morning there. Lawmakers in the country's parliament have unanimously voted to block a martial law decree by President Yoon. CNN's Mike Valeria is outside the parliament and filed this for us moments ago.
We're here in the crowd, and there are two military vehicles that are trying to get out of here. We're just a few blocks away from the National Assembly. There were some soldiers that were saying their military vehicles are trying to leave the area and get back to their base. Protesters, of course, voicing their huge outrage and dismay at this
Antonio,
moment. Local police with shields around us.
Antonio Cruz. The world cruises around America.
Oh, and look at this one over here.
The world, Antonio Cruz. The world cruises around America, buddy.
Unbelievable.
More now on our breaking news story, the political chaos unfolding as we speak in South Korea.
Yeah, lawmakers in the National Assembly have voted to block a surprise martial law decree announced by the president, calling it invalid. Now, it's unclear what effect this vote will have on the martial law declaration.
President Yoon made the declaration in a late-night address after accusing the main opposition party of sympathizing with North Korea.
Thousands of protesters, meantime, have gathered outside of Parliament in Seoul in the middle of the night to protest the president's declaration.
The question remains, can lawmakers vote to invalidate the martial law decree?
Yeah, we posed that question.
Antonio, so tell me, what is the big elephant in the room in Asia? I'd like to know, bro.
To CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton, who says it's still not quite clear.
Jill, you're right.
There's some conflicting rules within the South Korean government. The president, just like in the United States, is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But under the Constitution of South Korea, the parliament has the ability to overturn martial law, which is, of course, just what happened. So now, as Mike mentioned, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in South Korea, the South Korean chairman, Admiral Kim, is going to be somebody who has to make a major decision here and to deploy forces in a public way against the people of South Korea, potentially. That, of course, would mark a major break with the structure and the organization of the South Korean military in the modern age. In the past, South Korean military was used to quell disturbances, to quell riots domestically, but in some cases quite tragically. But this is a different time, and the South Korean military has professionalized itself along the lines of the U.S. military. So the type of domestic issues that would make the South Korean military do something like that have basically been washed away by the democratic institutions that South Korea has created in the last few decades.
Lawmakers in South Korea voting to block the surprise martial law decree announced by President Yoon. CNN's Michael Aria joins us now from outside Parliament, again reminding our viewers, as they can see there, it's 2:50 in the morning and the streets are now becoming more and more crowded, with citizens coming out in protest, in shock, as the rest of the world really was, to news of their president just 4 hours ago declaring martial law. Tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, we should note that a couple minutes ago we saw military vehicles, 2 Humvees, leave the area around the National Assembly, just about 2 blocks from where we're standing. So there were shouts of joy and elation that members of the military were pulling back after, again, South Korea's National Assembly declared that martial law should be overturned. So what we're hearing right now, a couple meters behind me, a couple of yards behind me, Cho Guk, who is a member of an opposition party, a former justice minister, liberal, from the liberal side of the equation, political equation here, he is saying that this institution of martial law was indeed illegal. We're hearing a chorus from the crowd gathered around us that Yoon Suk-yeol, South Korea's president, should be impeached and that his days, if they're not over, should be numbered based on what happened just a few hours ago. So we have seen more and more people start to rally.
Look at the guy behind
the square here in front of the National
He wants to
Assembly,
show on
fighting
CNN.
for democracy. Such a shock to
That
hear
guy
the
right there wants
news
to show on
when
CNN,
President
bro.
Yoon Suk-yeol of South Korea addressed the nation in a surprise televised speech saying that he was instituting martial law to rid the country, paraphrasing here what he said, of elements supporting North Korea and supporting communism within the government. Incredibly unclear what he meant by that statement. But I think for anybody joining us who's not familiar with politics in South Korea and what's happening, the South Korean president, conservative president, highly unpopular. His favorability ratings are in the upper 20s right now, and they've been that way for months. There are constant calls over the past few months to impeach him, protests every Saturday echoing throughout the streets of Seoul to impeach the president. So could this have been a move to tamp down on criticism? One wonders what the end game by South Korea's president was. So now the speech is over by Cho Guk, that former justice minister. We're talking to more and more people. But again, they say such a feeling of shock that a bastion of democracy here in East Asia has been subjected to this, not under military dictatorship or military martial rule, since military dictatorship in the 1980s.
Yeah, and speaking of impeachment, I mean, there was a petition calling to impeach President Yoon over the summer that garnered well over 1 million signatures, and that number rose steadily in a number of days. Just in terms of the fact that now we know that lawmakers have voted to block this martial law decree, do we expect to hear from the president in the coming hours, Mike?
So it may be, choosing your words carefully, perhaps not so much a stalemate, but sort of either side wondering what happens next. As you mentioned, the parliament voting to invalidate this declaration of martial law. Now the president's cabinet has to rubber stamp that vote. Under law, the president has to follow parliament's lead and abide by its decision to overturn martial law. But have we heard from South Korea's president since that televised address? No. So the ball really is in his court to follow the lead of parliament that has decided that this, martial law, no way, this is not happening. So I think that the whole multitude of people gathered around us are more than eager to hear what Yoon Suk-yeol's next move will be. That is what we're waiting for in the wee hours of the morning here outside of the National Assembly.
Yeah, we're also waiting to hear more of a definitive statement from President Biden, who we noted is traveling in Angola now as we speak, though a spokesperson for the National Security Council did say that the U.S. did not get a heads up from President Yoon as to his decision to declare martial law.
Of course, of course, Biden wasn't going to get a heads up. I mean, what? He wasn't going to get a heads up.
Quaint days where he was visiting the United States back in April and serenading the president with American pie at a state dinner. Mike, there we saw people gathered behind you. It appears they've started to disperse. But what is the mood that you've heard overall in general from those who have gathered outside to this news?
I think it's a nation that is stunned. It is one that, people were getting ready to go to bed. They hear on social media that the president is addressing the nation. And, as more and more details were trickling out, people, including myself, were looking at their phones and we thought, wait, is this a typo? South Korea? Is this North Korea? Is this some sort of mistake that martial law is instituted in South Korea? So I think that there still is a palpable feeling of disbelief, dismay, and shock, and wondering what will happen to the president next, and seriously doubting that he can continue when Parliament has voted to overturn his decision, and when there are certainly multitudes of people gathered around us, and I should say, when there have been protests for several weekends before this. We're expecting more protests in the weeks to come.
Yeah, many people saying that his days are numbered in office, that this could be.
One thing we got to figure out is what happened. Why did he issue martial law? He said that it is due to communism. He wants to stop communism in his country. But then, you never know what really happened. According to him, he said communism. But let's go. I think he backtracked on it, though. He backtracked on it.
Drama played out, where, as you mentioned, all the members of the National Assembly, or many of the members of the National Assembly, come back and unanimously vote to overturn and suspend martial law instituted here in South Korea. So let's push in, show you some of these protesters. There were hundreds of people before. When we were on Boris and Brianna earlier in the evening, I would say about 3 hours ago, we saw 2 military vehicles that were trying to get out of here. One of the pieces of good news that we've been able to report since we were on the air, we saw troops, members of the military, who were positioned up and down this street. Again, one of the main streets of Seoul, one of the main avenues looking to the beautiful National Assembly. All of those military assets seem to have dispersed after that unanimous decision from the parliament, and after we heard from South Korea's president that, yep, he was going to back down. Now, what we're waiting for, the cabinet has to come in of the presidential administration and simply give the rubber stamp and say, okay, this is all over. But it seems to be, a palpable sigh of relief. People still honestly befuddled, Boris and Brianna, of how this happened. We have the South Korean president giving a speech over live TV, unannounced, saying that from his point of view, pro-North Korean and anti-state forces were working to
overturn the government and infiltrate the state. And we're all kind of wondering, what is he talking about? Very unclear, no specific pieces of evidence, and people who you talk to are wondering similar things. How did the president even decide this? How did he take us down this path? It's such a sensitive, of course, tributary of South Korean history wrapping up here, because this is the first time since 1980 that martial law was instituted right after the Korean War. This is a place where dictators ruled, essentially. We have 28,500 American troops who are spread throughout the country, a crucial American ally. Stability here is key, so we seem to be breathing a sigh of relief, but need to hear from the president about why he did this and what is next, Boris and Brianna.
Yeah, and Mike, what about his future? He's so unpopular, as you have noted in your reports. Can he survive this politically?
You know, so many rules of politics have been rewritten over the past couple of years. It seems unlikely that he will be able to survive, but his critics would say that he does thrive on drama and taking a tough stand, especially against North Korea, and being a fighter. So who knows? Unable to answer that question before the sun rises. If he will resign, so many people want him to. Will he survive? It seems unlikely, but we're buckling up here in East Asia. It remains to be seen.
Mike Valerio with the latest from Seoul. Thank you so much for that update. Let's bring in CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger. David, thank you so much for being with us. One of the outstanding questions here is why South Korea's president would have taken this step of declaring martial law if he had all suspected that his National Assembly, including the members of his own party, even the leader of his own party, would vote unanimously to overturn that declaration. What was he trying to accomplish?
You know, it's a real mystery, because it does seem as if he has made one of the great political errors you possibly could. Now, I covered South Korea back in the days when martial law was coming to an end in the 1980s. And the population does not want to go back to that age when even the first presidents who were elected were former generals. And so the transition to a true democracy and to becoming the world's 12th largest economy, which is South Korea's position today, is something that South Koreans of both parties cherish. And so how he thought he was going to get away with this is a mystery to me, especially because, as one U.S. official noted to me, in his initial statement 5 or 6 hours ago, there was no mention of North Korea, of a threat to the sanctity of the state of South Korea. This was all about a way to resolve political gridlock.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, how is the U.S. viewing this, David? Because a stable and democratic South Korea is so important to America when it comes to commerce, when it comes to its alliances and its power in the Asia-Pacific region. How are U.S. officials reacting?
Well, first, they were shocked, Brianna, because they had gotten no advance notice of this, which is, you know, violation of rule number 1 with your major allies. Second, they viewed it initially as a huge embarrassment to President Biden, who in March of 2023 invited South Korea to be one of the co-sponsors of one of the White House democracy summits. And the agenda called for countering authoritarianism. So martial law doesn't exactly fit into that. You may recall that the Biden administration, to its credit, brought South Korea and Japan together to help counter China and, of course, North Korea, and considered that one of its major accomplishments in the Indo-Pacific. And that was an initiative that ran through with President Yoon. But they were clearly worried about him just because of the question.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Anyway, well, look, this guy backtracked and his people said, no, martial law. Thank you. But what did he actually hear to enact martial law? What actually happened that he enacted martial law? They say he's trying to prevent communism from, being intrusive into his country, and they're trying to curb them. However, he backtracked. So that means what? Is it like a ploy to negotiate or what?
Of his political unpopularity. They were shocked today. I had text messages from administration officials who said their public statements were going to be pretty mild so that they could leave the president room to back down, President Yoon room to back down. And that's exactly what he did. And, we'd all love to hear what those private messages to him were.
David, I'm curious about the veracity of his claims, his justification for installing martial law, one of them being that pro-North Korean operatives had infiltrated the state apparatus. Now, we've seen North Korea conduct some international operations before. I think that the Sony hack is one example. Kim Jong-un going after family members abroad, murdering family members abroad. But is that a legitimate concern for the South Korean government?
Well, as I mentioned before, the statement said nothing about the stability of the South Korean state. So are there North Korean operatives or sympathizers in South Korea? Yes, of course. Have there been since the war ended in 1953? Yes, of course there have been. And so what he didn't do was make the connection about whether or not those influences were actually a true threat to South Korea. And, the only threat to South Korea from the North that I can see is a nuclear one, right? The North now has 60 or more nuclear weapons. Even mounting a conventional attack across the DMZ would be hard for North Korea. So this seemed more like pretense in order to get the upper hand in what I described before as political gridlock than any real threat to the South Korean state. And in fact, I can recall many other moments when I think South Korea's nascent democracy was more threatened in the late 80s and early 90s than it is today.
Okay. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. All right. What is going on here?
There's a new president of the United States who will take office in January, Donald Trump. You worked with him once. I want to start sort of at the beginning. And there's been a lot made, and you've written about it, when you
agreed on in Wales, but the American Defense.
There's a new president of the United States who will take office in January, Donald Trump. You worked with him once. I want to start sort of at the beginning. And there's been a lot made, and you've written about it. When you were one of the first world leaders to meet him, you came to Washington. And out of sight of the cameras, you shook hands, you did your thing, etc. In sight of the cameras in the famous Oval Office with the fireplace between you, he didn't want to shake hands with you. And even though you asked him kind of discreetly, he just refused point blank and kept looking at the cameras. And I thought it was really interesting because you said he wanted to create conversation fodder through his behavior, while I thought I was having a discussion with somebody completely normal. Is he not completely normal in your view?
I think President Trump lives off actually acting unconventionally. and in this way draws the attention of people to himself. Either he shook the hands of some of my colleagues 3 times longer than you usually do, or with me, he didn't do it at all. At this point in time, I had forgotten, and normally you would say, well, you shake hands and that's it. But when you're in this situation, you don't even think about it. But with him, all of these external things, these gestures, all were part of a statement, because he wanted to very clearly show that outside of political talks, in these situations, he puts down a marker, whatever he means with it.
You also described him as I dealt in facts, he dealt with emotions. How did that affect some of the key issues that you were trying to deal with?
She just said he dealt in emotions. These people.
His emotional view of politics.
Ich würde sagen, im Rückblick, I would say, looking back, we, and I'm also speaking here of NATO members and EU members, we were actually able to get to sensible agreements with him. But when you think about tariffs on steel, for example, at first they were only talking about China, and he was talking about the subsidies that China injects into the steel industry. And then all of a sudden, we were also covered by tariffs, and these tariffs are still in place today, unfortunately. But then he wanted to put down a marker, make a statement on this. But in spite of all adversity, we were NATO members able to pursue NATO in a sensible way. And I would hope and wish that this happens also in the next 4 years to come.
I remember very distinctly when Donald Trump was first elected, you were the only one to actually welcome his election conditionally. In other words, based on the respect and the adherence to mutual values, democracy, freedom, diversity, rule of law, human rights, etc. And I just, wonder whether you thought he did act in that way. And especially because you said he was clearly fascinated by the Russian president. In the years that followed, I received the distinct impression that he was captivated by politicians with autocratic and dictatorial traits.
How did that manifest itself to you? Die Art und Weise, wie eben über Putin sprach.
Well, in the way that he spoke about Putin, the way that he spoke about the North Korean president, obviously, apart from critical remarks he made, there was always a kind of fascination at the sheer power of what these people could do. So my impression always was that he dreamt of actually overriding maybe all those parliamentary bodies that he felt were, in a way, an encumbrance upon him, and that he wanted to decide matters on his own. And in a democracy, well, you cannot reconcile that with democratic values.
Can I ask you, it just popped into my head, his former chief of staff, John Kelly, who was a Marine general, he actually said that Donald Trump had expressed interest, approval of Nazi generals. I wish my politicians, my military were like the German generals. Does that surprise you that he would say something like that?
Ehrlich gesagt, das habe ich gar nicht. Honestly speaking, I never heard this, and I wouldn't want to make any comment on this. I said that he was fascinated, not too much co-determination, as it were, or too many other people having a say. He wanted to be the person who makes the judgment and the call. But I think once you approached him without any fear and with a clear-cut strategy, he listened. And I think he smells when people are a little bit afraid of him. And when you're not, then you can enter into good talks with him.
And you were not?
No. No, I was the elected Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I mean, we're not a negligible country. We have our own interests, our own vested interests, and I was always guided by these national interests. I think the United States of America are such an important power, a superpower. But we in Europe are also important. The United States of America cannot do things on their own completely. We have an alliance. We have NATO together. So this is not just something where we owe something to the Americans, as Donald Trump quite often said, but the United States of America too must have a vested interest, or should have a vested interest. At least that would would be my advice, because when we stand together, we're simply stronger.
Yeah, but
and
not
there
paying
are
way
so
too much
many
of.
in the world who do not want democracy. So strength is important in this against this background.
You and President Obama did write an op-ed saying, when we stand together, we're stronger. But you also have written in your book about what it was like to negotiate with Donald Trump. And all of this is important, not just to look back, but to look forward, because you've talked about tariffs. Well, he has threatened already, not even in office yet, to slap huge tariffs on many, many different countries, including possibly Europe. And you've described him as a negotiator who didn't see a win-win situation. Tell me how he came across as a negotiator.
Naja, für mich war klar, dass es mit Well, for me, it was clear that with him, there will not be a free trade agreement, for example, between the European Union and the United States of America. With President Obama, we had tried to come to this transatlantic trade agreement. We negotiated that, and I didn't think that this was possible with Donald Trump. I think at the end of the day, Donald Trump will always weigh what his actions mean for the American voter and for the American citizen, and weigh that in the balance. And one of the issues here are high prices. So if I were to impose tariffs on countries where I might be able to buy things cheaply, and due to the tariffs prices will rise, then it will be difficult for somebody such as President Trump. And he didn't want prices to rise, at least not for years ago. So there will be big discussions over tariffs and the impact of that. That's very clear. But President Trump always said to his voters, also during his first term in office, that he will have a better life due to him if they vote for him. So there are very good reasons to look at the world being sort of linked by all of these different bonds. And the United States doesn't have all of these raw materials and raw resources that they need for production on their own. They need the rest of the world for this.
You've said that he has a nationalistic tone and that a lot of his negotiations involve a zero-sum game, that for him to win, the other person had to lose, period, end of story. Is that constructive in diplomacy or trade negotiations?
There we go.
Es ist nicht meine Überzeugung. Meine Überzeugung. It's not my conviction. I am convinced that through wise compromises, you can bring about win-win situations. Situations where the whole world benefits and oneself also benefits from that. I am someone who actually greatly respects international organizations, the United Nations, the World Trade Organizations, and others. I think they're very, very important. I would like to remind all of us, which has somehow receded into the background, that the biggest challenges are climate change and the loss of biodiversity. A human being gets much more vulnerable due to this. And China, the biggest emitter, we have to have them in on this because otherwise we will not be able to make progress on climate change. It may be, you may in the short run win, but in the long run, humankind will not be the better for it, will not survive.
Can I just ask you two quick questions? Do you think he will pull out of the climate deal? Do you think he will pull out of NATO? Do you think he will say more and more of the defense spending and that we won't defend you unless you pay more?
Also ich bin jetzt ja nicht das Orakel hier in diesem. Well, I'm not the oracle of Delphi, so to speak, in this interview. What I've witnessed was that the results of the Paris Climate Conference, that was something that he withdrew from in the G20 meeting in Hamburg. We then had to adopt a 19-1 statement due to this, where the United States stayed out of it. I hope and trust, at least this was the case last time, that NATO will prevail, but the request that the Europeans too, or the demand that the Europeans pay more, will still be out there. Germany is now paying the 2% that we agreed on in Wales, but the American defense budget is way higher, and the challenge.
I mean, look at her tone changed. What, you didn't want to pay up? You're going to have to pay up. Come on. You're going to have to pay up, mama.
Europe, also with regard to Russia, in order to develop a credible deterrence, will be to also increase defense expenditure. So I assume that, I have to say, that 2% will probably not be the end of it. And that's what I write in my book too. That's my prediction.
Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the live show. You know what time it is. God bless you. Yes, I just wanted to show you what was going on the world stage. Trump just dropped a bomb. Well, not like a literal bomb, but he just dropped his updates on the hostages with Hamas. Listen.
Welcome back. President-elect Trump demanding that all hostages held by Hamas be released before his inauguration on January 20th. Trump posted on Truth Social, if the hostages are not released prior to January 20th, 2025, the date that I proudly assume office of President of the United States, there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East. The Israeli Defense Forces confirming American-Israeli hostage Omer Nutra was killed in battle on October 7th. His body has been held hostage in Gaza. Joining me now is Georgia Congressman Richard McCormick, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Armed Services Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. He's also the Republican Study Committee and the GOP Doctors Caucus. Congressman, thanks very much for being here this morning. Give us your reaction now that we know this Israeli American was in fact killed and is dead, his body held hostage by the Hamas terrorists, and now Trump is reacting. Your reaction?
I've been saying this for a long time. When you exude weakness, your enemies will flourish. And this is exactly what's happened. The Biden administration has been the worst foreign policy I've ever seen in the history of the United States. I used to teach this stuff, evolutionary warfare, and I can't stand what I've seen. It's great to have President Trump coming in and actually not just talking softly and carrying a big stick, but actually flexing on something that we've always had in recent history, which is the most lethal military organization in the world. And people should fear us when they do wrong. And they have done us wrong, and they haven't done anything to right this incredible injustice. I'm glad that we're going to have a president who's going to stand up for what's right and get something done for a change.
Yeah, I mean, he's tough, and he's saying so. I'm wondering what the reaction on the other side will be. Do you expect we could actually see a resolution? I mean, do you have any indication that the hostages will be released?
I think they will. As a matter of fact, I think people realize that this is the guy who dropped the mother of all bombs. When he says something, he means it. People should be fearful when you do wrong.
Thank you for tuning in to the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Welcome back. It is your boy, Genesis. All right, Teddy. Teddy says, I just saw this live in my feed. What's this news segment about since I just joined partway? So this right here, first of all, we're talking about South Korea and the martial law they had going on. But now it's been called off. Shout out to the president of South Korea. I don't know why he did it in the first place, because there was never a martial law since the 80s in South Korea, but it happened today. But it was a quick one, and it was, abruptly stopped, which is good news, because it's democracy in South Korea, so that shouldn't be happening. Also, now we're talking about the hostages that Trump is saying he wants released before his inauguration day. He said, "Don't play with me. All hell will be loosed on you if you do not release the hostages." That's what we're checking out right now.
What the military is for. I don't think the Middle East folks that we've dealt with, whether it be in Afghanistan, Iraq, other places, they understand one thing. They understand strength. And when you exude strength, your enemies will comply. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, what is the budget for the Pentagon? I mean, DOGE co-leaders Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are set to meet with GOP lawmakers this week. Elon is proposing to cut the Pentagon's $824 billion budget after it failed its 7th audit in a row. Elon Musk posted this on X. The government needs to stop wasting your hard-earned money. On the campaign trail, Musk touted the need for DOGE, saying, quote, the interest, just the interest that we owe on our national debt is higher than the defense budget. Over $1 trillion and growing is where this is going, the interest. The country is going to go bankrupt. That's why we.
How can interest be more than the actual debt that you're owing? How can the interest be more than the actual debt? Golly.
The Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, on a brass plaque on a desk, Congressman. Nice tweet from Elon Musk. But what do you make of that? The fact that the interest alone is rivaling the amount of money we spend on defense. Is that the budget, 824?
Well, that's exactly what we've all been talking about. Well, at least the Republicans anyways. The problem with the Democrats is they've never run out of things that they can give away for free, quote unquote. When you talk about $1 trillion in debt payment just on interest alone every year, we can't just talk about the military, though. The military can do some things better. We can save some money just in the way of contract. We can be careful that we don't decrease our abilities because China is right on our heels. However, if you talk about 75% of the budget, 75% is non-discretionary. We're going to have some hard decisions. We got to bring the Democrats in and talk about Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. There's hundreds of billions of dollars to be saved, and we know how to do it. We just have to have the stomach to actually take those challenges on. But we can't just talk about our discretionary budget. That's less than 25% of our budget. We have to have some real hard discussions.
Well, we talk about this all the time. It seems like we're constantly talking about where to cut and the fact that the fight over defense. Do you believe that the defense budget should be cut?
I'm not a big fan of that. I think we could do things a lot better. But when you talk about what's happening in Taiwan, what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening with Israel, what's happening in Ukraine, this is an unstable place, an unstable time. We have to be very careful. We have to have a real conversation. When you talk about cutting the budget, I'm all about that. And quite frankly, we need to. But we often argue about the 10% of the leftover budget that's left over when we talk about the 75% of the non-discretionary and the 15% with the military and then 10% of everything else. We haven't had the right discussions at all. Quite frankly, we have a 30% deficit spend, actually over 30% deficit spending per year. If you cut the entire military, that's only 15%. We have to have a realistic conversation about where we're going to make some real changes, free the economy, grow it faster than the inflation, actually produce more tax revenue by doing that. But we have to have some real hard discussions about the 75% of the budget we never talk about.
Yeah, well, I mean, Todd Pyro, even though our adversaries are on the march, you've got obviously China every day trying to undermine America. You've got Russia, same thing, North Korea, Iran. You still have to question whether or not the $824 billion budget, the defense budget, should be cut, given the fact they keep failing these audits.
Yeah, and I get that. And we need accountability. And we need to talk about contract. And we need to talk about consistency. We need to talk about the future technologies, drones and other things like that. We can never leave out the Marines because we still have to take ground. But really, like I said, I get the whole military budget and how to be accountable. But if you cut the entire military budget, you're still over 15% in the whole. We have to have a lot of discussions, not just about the military.
Now, first of all, do you think that the government is spending way too much money? That's the first things first. And Elon is saying that the government is wasting our tax money. Elon and Vivek have been chosen to be the Department of Government, or to head the Department of Government Efficiency. So they're saying there are so many inefficiencies in the governmental spending. So government is spending way too much money and they're not achieving as much as they should. So Elon is saying if you're not achieving what you're supposed to be achieving and you're failing audits, because the Pentagon has failed audits for 7 times, the Department of Education has failed audits for 3 times. You know what I mean? Like even the agent that works at IRS have failed audits. So it's like What are you actually doing? These are the people that are supposed to be in charge, and they're failing audits. They're not meeting their like yearly quarters. So what is going on?
Bring in Todd Pyro. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Congressman, I understand what you're saying. I just view the plight of the American soldier as something where, why do we have these individuals need food stamps if we have an $800+ billion budget? And I understand that their explanation's always given. It just seems very incongruous to me to have these federal contractors that make money because they can't budget, combined with the fact that the Pentagon itself has these overruns and can't account for money, while our brave men and women are suffering. You know, they're the ones that are signing up to fight and die for our country. If there's going to be an inflated budget, those individuals that are volunteering for that should be the ones that are getting the money. And I understand that that's not necessarily how it works, but I do agree with Maria in the sense that there is an ability to cut. And if there's not, let's make sure that the people doing the fighting are getting the money. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and let me just jump in there and mention COVID and all the spending that happened on after COVID, Congressman. I mean, now we're getting these new details from the House Select Committee on the coronavirus pandemic, releasing a report of more than 500 pages, which detailed the review of the federal pandemic response, which included trillions of dollars in spending. It included the virus most likely originated from the lab in Wuhan, China, and that it could not have been found in nature, something we all knew for months now. The report also finding social distancing and masks were not backed by scientific data, and that the pandemic response caused unemployment to skyrocket.
They're talking to disaster relief about where their money went. The fact that they're still spending money on COVID last year, billions and billions of dollars, and that's why they run out of money, because they're spending on the wrong thing. I literally question the head of FEMA, is why? Why are you still spending on COVID this far into it? It has been a money suck since the beginning. It hasn't been about COVID. It's been about spending on the wrong areas. That's what the DOGE is supposed to be about. It's certainly, like I said, not just about the military. You could cut half the military. That's 7% of your budget. 7%. We're 30% plus over. We have a lot of talking to do. We have a lot of work to do. We're only going to have 2 years.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes. So somebody just said right here, Bleak says if they were pro-working class, they would increase the tax cap on Social Security taxes, increase the taxes on the rich, and cut military spending. First of all, never cut military spending, okay? Because you never know what other countries are planning for you. Okay, so never cut military spending. This is my opinion, okay? You don't have to take it, but never cut military spending, no matter what. Matter of fact, add more money to military spending. However, you have to regulate it. You have to check what the money that you're allocating to the military is doing. Make sure there is supersonic, high intensity, high equipment, new tech type of equipment, new stuff. Okay, never cut budget for the military because you have countries trying to dethrone the United States. So when you say cut the military budget, that's cap. Don't do that. And what else? Social Security. Social Security. Everybody needs to focus on Social Security. Actually, in my opinion, the older generation, the sick people, the less privileges, the veterans, those people need to be taken care of. There are people who don't have food to eat. So the SNAP program where you help people buy food and stuff, those things need to be kept, because if you don't keep it, people are going to be hungry. And if the Republicans cut it, they're never going to win an election in 2028, because there are a lot of people who don't have good jobs, who are supporting their families with food stamps and stuff like that. So if you cut those things, you ain't finna win no election in 2028. So get yourself ready. Get yourself ready. What else? Yeah. Tax the rich. Well, look, if you tax the rich, you are only just really taxing the lower class and the middle class, because the rich employs the lower class. If you tax the rich is just gonna, what does Biden say? Trickle down economy. The rich is gonna trickle that tax down to the rich folks. Okay, they're gonna trickle it down to the rich is gonna trickle it down to the poor folks. So you tax the rich to oblivion, the poor is gonna suffer for it. It is just what it is. What's the border saying?
Friday, police in Illinois arrested 2 Canadian nationals suspected of crossing our northern border with over 1,000 pounds of cocaine. That's valued at over $40 million. Incoming border czar Tom Homan joins me now. Tom, welcome back. It's always good to see you these days. Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, he's promised to help on the border. More drones, more helicopters, more personnel. Is that the Trump effect?
Somebody said, look, you're pro-Trump and you think we should keep Social Security and keep the food stamps. Yes, I am not a pro-Trump. Trump. No, I am a pro-common sense guy, okay? Pro-common sense guy. Secure the border, restore the economy, peace in the world, no Ukraine, Russia, no Palestinian, Iranian, Israel situation, okay? Peace around the world. Peace through strength. Peace through strength, okay? Peace through strength. And the border needs to be secured 100%. And another thing I don't agree with is immunity for law enforcement officers. I don't support immunity for law enforcement officers. Law enforcement officers, I do not support full immunity for them. So whatever they do, they're immunized. Nah, immunization ain't finna work for that. Because if you can make mistakes and you can make deliberate actions. So immunity for law enforcement officers, I have my doubt on that part. So that's the thing that I'm like, yo, Trump, I don't think you should do that because, I mean, you can help law enforcement people because, people are dangerous and they want to hurt law enforcement as well. However, it shouldn't be like immunity for all law enforcement no matter what. Nah, that ain't finna work.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Canada has the most lax immigration policies.
Look at this guy with no profile picture saying no one cares about the border, dude. Bro, if you have kids that have been affected by the border, Yosei Ibarra that took the life of Laken Riley, he was brought in through the border. He was taken in and given a voucher in New York, according to Fox News. He was given a voucher in New York, so they literally gave the person that destroyed Laken Riley's family a voucher from the United States. They fed him, they clothed him, they did all those stuff. They put him in a house in a shelter, and then he moved all the way from New York to Georgia and destroyed somebody else's life. And now she's gone. He's in jail. All that could have been avoided. So when you say nobody cares about the economy, that's just BS, bro.
I think in the world. I mean, that's why so many special interest aliens cross the Canadian border. People from Pakistan, India, Turkey, they can afford to fly to Canada. It's much easier to cross the border. And upstate, like for instance, I grew up in upstate New York. Alien smuggling, drug trafficking has always happened on a small scale, but it's increased significantly under the Biden administration. So I hope Justin Trudeau is a man of his word.
Mexico says 2 caravans which were headed to our southern border have been broken up and may have turned around. Again, is that the Trump effect?
Absolutely, but what I think you're going to see is that, look, these criminal cartels in Mexico, they're not going to stop easily. So they're going to break up these the larger caravans and break up into smaller pieces. They're going to try to cross in areas where they think Border Patrol has the little resources. So they're not going to stop until Trump actually gets in office and ends catch and release and puts the Remain in Mexico program back on. When we fire up these programs, you'll see a significant change. Until then, the cartel is just going to be a little more sneaky with smaller groups.
What do you expect to see at the southern border for the next 49 days before President Trump is inaugurated? What happens when these migrants hit the border in the next 49 days?
They'll be released, just like they've done in the last 4 years. And again, I think the cartels will break them up to smaller groups. That way, the president of Mexico can say, hey, I've stopped these large caravans. At the same time, working with the cartels to put them in smaller groups across the border. This is not going to stop. Look, last year alone, Mexico has taken in more than $60 billion, with a B, $60 billion remittance payments from illegal aliens in the United States, sending money back to Canada. They don't want the gravy train to end either. So they're going to play hide the mouse for a little bit, but when President Trump gets back in, we'll be looking at it real closely, and we will, Barney, we will secure the border.
Got it. Representative Ralph Norman says the sanctuary cities all over the country will be history under Trump. Is that correct?
I hope so, because sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. And I see these sanctuary mayors and governors saying they're going to try to prevent us from doing what we're doing. Look, any representative, any elected official, whether he's a mayor or governor, I mean, President Trump's been clear. I've been clear. Right out of the gate, we're going to focus on public safety threats. So why would you not want public safety threats taken on your communities? I mean, that's your number one responsibility, is protect your community. So work with us. But sanctuary cities, I hope they do go away, because they're sanctuaries for criminals, period. They don't protect migrant communities. Victims and witnesses of crime, they say they have sanctuary cities because they want victims and witnesses of crime to feel comfortable coming to the police. That's a bunch of hogwash. Victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy released back into their neighborhood either. So work with ICE and let's make those communities safer.
Alex Padilla in California, he says California, that state, will not help Trump's deportation plans. Same story? You're going to take them on?
Then get the hell out of the way, because we're going to do it. And look, if they don't want to work with us and let us in their jails, that just means I send twice as many resources to that city. They say they don't want ICE agents through their neighborhoods. Well, if you let me in the jail, that'd be less agents in your community. But when you release the bad guy to the street and not let us arrest him in the safety and security of a jail, now I got to put officers on the street and a whole team, because of officer safety issues, that puts the immigrant community at greater risk of crime. It puts ICE officers at greater risk of harm. It puts an illegal alien at greater risk of harm. And I would dare him go to any immigrant community and ask one simple question. Would you rather have ICE operating in a community or the jail where the bad guys were locked up, where you already decided to lock a bad guy in a jail cell? That's who we want to talk to. Work with us, because they're pushing back on us is going to create exactly what they don't want. More agents in their neighborhood.
I just want to make sure I got this right. If in, say, California, a migrant, a criminal migrant, is in jail, and ICE refuses to, or refuse access for ICE to go get him, what will you do?
It depends what actions they take. They can simply not help us, but I've been clear in the last couple of weeks. There are a couple of statutes in federal law they need to look at, make sure you don't cross a line. One, if you knowingly harbor or conceal an illegal alien from ICE, that is a felony. Number two, if you impede a law enforcement officer in the performance of his duties, that is also a felony. So they cannot help, that's their choice. But don't cross that line, because there will be consequences.
The consequence will be to arrest him?
It'll be prosecute whoever's harboring, concealing that illegal alien, knowingly harboring, concealing that illegal alien. And we got a strong attorney general coming in power, and I think she'll agree with me on that.
Okay. Tom Homan?
Yo, they ain't playing around, bro. Look at Tom Homan's face. His face looks like the border wall. This man looks like the border wall. Look at his face. He's coming strong. Now, you want to know. You want to know says there's never been a caravan at the border. I guess you want to know, is the border czar? You want to know? You want to support Tom Homan? You want to know? You want to know? Hunter.
Roger Marshall and House members Byron Donalds of Florida, and I'm going to say the great Claudia Tenney of New York. There they are. Thanks to all of us. I'm glad you got a laugh out of that. Senator Marshall, I begin with you. There's so many thoughts here. The fact that Biden did this is no big surprise. The fact that he did do it is a rather mendacious lie. But the thing is, Senator Marshall, interesting to me, the broad scope of this, 2014 to 2016, no, to 2024, rather. First thing, when I heard that last evening, I said to myself, well, that's an admission of guilt. That's an admission of guilt. All the things that the House has been looking at and the Senate has been looking at, you know, there it is. He's covering 2014 to 2024. In other words, from Burisma on to finance the Biden family crime syndicate. That's the way I look at it. Now, he's going to get off, okay? It's presidential prerogative to do that. But isn't that sort of, kind of, really what's going on here? That all the things you all have been going after, I think this pardon proves that you were right.
Yep. Yeah, Larry. So certainly the first thing I did when I went back to 2014, what did we all see? The Biden corrupt family, the crime family, involvement with Burisma. Burisma is the key to this, and tracing that money to the big guy, right? How else did the Biden family afford all these wonderful, beautiful homes, living an extravagant lifestyle? It all goes back to this Burisma. So more than just pardoning Hunter Biden, he's trying to prevent any type of further investigation that's going to lead back to him. But that's why our job in the House and the Senate, now we can subpoena Hunter Biden, and he can't take the Fifth anymore. So we've got work to do.
Well, Claudia, you know, the thing that always interested me the most, Byron, I'm coming to you, buddy. Don't get lonely out there, but I want to go to Claudia, the great Claudia Tenney, of course. Claudia, the thing about this that's so interesting to me, the tax evasion, okay, the gun charge, you know, he shouldn't have done it. He may have been in the throes of his addiction and so forth, and I'm very happy that he may be 5 years sober. I'm very happy about that. But tax evasion probably would have, if we'd gone to trial in Los Angeles or whatever it is, Central California, that would have uncovered, I think, all of the influence peddling fees from Burisma, from Russia, from the Ukraine, all the other places. That would have shown, you remember these little LLCs each Biden family member had, and of course it all trickled up to Papa Biden. I mean, I think that's what, they did not want any sort of a trial. They did not want anything to do with tax evasion, because tax evasion would have led them right down the road that actually was happening. That, in fact, it was financed.
Well, exactly, and that's why...
Yeah, go for it.
That's right, Larry. We had the whistleblowers appear in front of the Ways and Means Committee, and they've been out publicly now. They've been trying to condemn them, you know, the government, the IRS, insiders. But remember, this is the thing that's so bad about this Biden situation is it is the most sweeping pardon in history since Nixon. But you could say this: Nixon was charged with the cover-up, not the crime. The Bidens were engaged in the actual crime. They were committing the crime. And the other thing is the U.S. attorney allowed, and the DOJ allowed, all this evidence that we're talking about from Burisma that Senator Roger Marshall just mentioned, 2014, 2015, they allowed the statute of limitations to run so that we couldn't even get at the worst of the tax evasion, so you could see where the money was flowing to all these corrupt entities. By the way, every one of them named after the Finger Lakes in my district. But that's another side.
That's a different segment.
Going on. And by the way, yeah, so interesting, though, the U.S. Attorney David Weiss today, just maybe an hour ago, I just grabbed the line out of the brief, just filed a motion to dismiss the request for pardon. So they're going to fight this. They're saying that this is not something that's going to happen. So it's very interesting that that's going to, you know, look, pardons can be as broad as possible. But the scandalous nature of this pardon is like nothing we've ever seen in American history. We have never seen such a corrupt family. And this is why these whistleblowers and everything we've done on the Ways and Means Committee, everything they've done on oversight is really, really important. And I know Byron's going to add a lot of insight to this as well, because he serves on that committee.
I want it, Byron, you can put in as much more detail as you want, because you're Byron. But here's my other thought, okay? In all seriousness, this mendacious lie, this Biden syndicate, phony, illegal financing and so forth, cries out for a guy like Kash Patel to clean the stables at the FBI, Byron, and also my very dear friend, the wonderful Pam Bondi, to clean out the stables at the Justice Department. And I'm so annoyed at some of my conservative cousins, at least in one newspaper who will go unmentioned here, who think that putting in Kash Patel is, you know, some act of retribution. That couldn't be further from the truth. He Bondi, John Ratcliffe, who's going to do it at CIA, President Trump, who got a mandate to do it. They want to clean out the corruption and get back to a fair administration of justice instead of the awful lawfare weaponization we've had, Byron. That's my thought. This cries out for Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and John Ratcliffe, Byron.
Well, Larry, I don't have much to add in terms of detail. It's been covered. But let's be very clear. Hunter Biden avoided paying taxes with money that he earned, quote unquote, because of his dad's involvement at the top of our politics. It was the essence of pay to play. Now Joe Biden is finally coming in to clean up the mess that Hunter Biden created. It's tax evasion. I don't want to hear Democrats lecture us about anybody paying their fair share anymore, Larry, because the president's own son was not paying his fair share. He was evading the taxes. But what does it mean for where we go forward? Kash Patel, you're exactly right. John Ratcliffe, Pam Bondi, their job is exceptional right now because they have to clean out the political brass at these agencies. If these agencies are going to survive, as well as the constitutional republic that is the United States of America, our agencies cannot be political. They cannot just be covering up. They have to do their jobs for good or for better or for worse, for everybody in our country. That's the bottom line. The American people want agencies that are doing their job, upholding the Constitution and upholding the rule of law, not picking and choosing when they're going to apply the law, because our country will not survive that. That's why Donald Trump has made these appointments. He has the mandate to do it. He's doing it as we speak, and the people he has chosen are going to do the hard work but necessary work of cleaning out these agencies and restoring them to their former glory.
Senator Marshall, I'm coming to you in a second, but I want to play some sound from President-elect Trump. Listen to the tape, please, sir.
What they've done is use the FBI and they've used the Department of Injustice to go after their political opponent, and it has never been done in this country. And people say, am I going to do that? And the answer is no, I don't want to do that, or whatever, but I don't want to do it with Hunter either. And I'll bet you the father probably pardons him. I don't want to hurt people. I really don't.
I mean, that's a pretty good summary, Senator Marshall. It's very interesting. That's what President Trump, I don't know, a couple weeks ago or sometime shortly after the landslide election that he got. But the point is, this is a time for cleansing. This is a time to restore our legal system. And it's, you know, the Justice Department is a very important department, okay? It helps to stop crime. The FBI is a very important agency to investigate and stop crime. The CIA is another one to investigate and explore crime on the international front and any kind of terrorism to damage our security. This is long overdue, Senator Marshall, it seems to me. Long overdue. That's the key point. We could spend 3 hours beating up on Biden for this veto, for this pardon, rather, and all the things that go with it. But to say what Byron said about looking ahead, which is what I'm particularly interested in, I think Trump is exactly right. He will straighten out and cleanse this badly soiled system, and that's exactly what Americans want. And Trump's ratings, favorable ratings, will go up 20 points as he does this. Don't you think? I mean, 20 points. If I'm wrong, his ratings will go up 30 points because people know how corrupt and badly soiled. I mean, think of it. J. Edgar Hoover, in some sense, was a piker. All he had was a drawer full of sex pictures. These other guys play for keeps. Anyway, what do you think, Senator?
You know, on November 5th, the American people said we do not trust the FBI, that it's been weaponized, that we need a change, we need to clean the house. Director Wray has been there. He's been responsible for that. He's overseen all of it. It's time for a big change. Kash Patel is the person to do it. He's a man of integrity. He's a person that believes in truth and justice. He has an incredible resume, and he'll have the backing, I believe, of the full Senate when he comes through this process. We look forward to supporting him and making America great again.
You know, I tell you what, yes, sir. Thank you for that. Claudia, I'm unabashedly for Kash Patel. I make no bones about it. He is a friend of mine. He's been a fabulous contributor to this television show. He's been a fabulous contributor to the radio show that all of you have come on and so forth. But I just think you listen to what his experience, to me, the criticisms of him from both the left and the right are just a bunch of nitpicking, okay? They're a bunch of ankle biting because everybody knows he's a tough guy with vast experience, Claudia. That's why I'm pushing him and endorsing him on the show. And what are you thinking about this now?
I think he's great. I mean, he's fantastic. When he worked with Devin Nunes, he's the one that actually put out the famous Devin Nunes memo that gave line by line, gave everybody the breadcrumbs to exactly what Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton and all these people were doing under Obama, trying to frame President Trump and destroy his presidency. And remember, when you get back to all this forgiveness from President Trump, he forgave Hillary Clinton, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, all those people, McCabe. All those people should have been prosecuted. I do think it's a bridge. I know Trump wants to be sympathetic to Hunter Biden, but let me tell you, David Weiss, in his brief that he put out today, he's not sympathetic to Hunter Biden. Let me paraphrase. He said 11 Article 3 judges appointed by 6 different presidents don't buy the argument that Biden is making, saying, oh, this was an attack on and vindictiveness against Hunter Biden. These whistleblowers were not political. They disclosed, they were the beginning of disclosing this horrible miscarriage of justice, unequal justice under law that we're seeing in all these agencies. That's why I love Kash Patel. I love all the picks. We're seeing Pam Bondi, John Ratcliffe. This is going to be an amazing team. The people in our country want accountability. It isn't just Republicans. Everybody wants accountability. Some of those people are criticizing Kash Patel, Larry. I don't know. I think he's going to be fabulous. He's brilliant, and he's strong, and he's going to do the job.
So far, what I've seen, both from the left and the right on Kash, Byron, I'll give you the last word, just a little bit of time. And by the way, thanks, Claudia, for reminding us that it was Kash Patel who assisted Devin Nunes and busted the Russia hoax business. But, you know, Byron, we'll follow this story to see what David Weiss can and cannot do. We will follow that. But I just think, Byron, you know, my hat's off to you because your instinct in the first question I asked you was to look ahead. And I think that's the key point. Let us look ahead. The country has given Mr. Trump basically a landslide mandate to change the economy, to change the border, to stop the crime and so forth, and to change the perversion of the justice system, Byron. You know, people want to live safely and calmly without it. Give you the last word, sir.
For people who are clutching their pearls about Kash Patel and any other picks by Donald Trump, it's about fixing our nation first, second, and third. President Trump says it best, success will be our retribution.
There you go.
Success for the American people, success for our country, both here and abroad.
I don't know. Terrific stuff, panel.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Yes, y'all. People want a better border on, like, you know what? I guess he thinks the border is like perfect. Everything is going good at the border. The illegal immigrants are not causing bad things in the United States, according to You Want to Know. He's saying that everything is perfect at the border. The border is the most secured border since Jesus came to the world, according to You Want to Know. So You Want to Know is saying everything is good at the border, guys. He's saying he knows that everything is going on at the border, that there are no caravans at the border, according to You Want to Know. It says everything is going good. So tell me, why did the people elect the 47th, who was also the 45th? Why did the people elect Donald Trump to fix this whole thing? Why did they elect the only person they know and believe that is going to fix this whole situation? You Want to Know might probably say nothing is going on in Ukraine and Russia. He might probably say nothing is going on in Israel and the Palestinian people and Iran. And he might say it has been going on even when Trump was there. Because everybody knows there was peace when Trump was there. That's why Abraham's Accord happened. And some people will say, oh, well, no. No. There was no escalation in this country. No escalation in this country because there was peace through strength. Now the border is going to be secured because we heard the president, the first woman president of Mexico, she says, you know what, we're going to stop the caravan. She says, we're going to stop the caravan, guys. If the president of Mexico is saying they're going to stop the caravan, what do you think this is? Shout out to Hunter, man.
Breaking news now, word that things are already starting to move positively for the presidentially pardoned Hunter Biden. The gun case is over in the eyes of the court. Judge Mary Ellen Noriega has terminated any further proceedings against Hunter, a move that we were expecting. She did, however, not fully dismiss the case outright, as Hunter's legal team had wanted. The case will not be erased from the historical record. But as we know, President Biden's pardon absolves Hunter. We'll now wait on the Los Angeles judge presiding over Hunter's $1.4 million owed on taxes. That case, we'll let you know how that comes to an end. That pardon is a gift that keeps on giving. A range of reactions now from liberal and legacy media after President Biden did pass along that wide-reaching pardon to his son. Many are reeling after they praised Biden's promise not to use his power to benefit his family. They believed him. Again, I shake my head. Like, why would you believe him? Anyway, his 180 has left MSNBC analysts, one of them, speechless. Look at this.
I just heard it. I have to process it. I don't have a take. I'm sorry.
He was dishonest with the American public about whether he would give a pardon. He said pretty flatly, right before the election, when he was interviewed, when he was still in the race a couple months out, that he would not give a pardon. He said that repeatedly. He said it. Karine Jean-Pierre said it repeatedly to the American public. What he said publicly, they were not straight with the American public, and people remember that.
Yeah, I think Biden's a bit of a honey badger on this one. I don't think he cares what those people on CNN and MS are saying. President Biden with one last offender for today, Whoopi Goldberg.
I take issue with lying about it. I wanted to ask him here when he came on The View, but the thought was he said so many times he wasn't going to pardon him. That, to me, is lying to the public. I respect it as a parent. I understand why he would do it, but I wanted to understand why lie about it for so long.
I'd stop calling it a lie. This is very different than any other situation.
Biden said that the Russian disinformation was real, the laptop, all of it was lies. How could you not know he'd get to this point? A new op-ed argues the legacy media enabled Biden's Hunter pardon, quote, their job is to lie for the Biden administration and to stay silent when Joe Biden publicly humiliates them afterward. Flanked by a dedicated gaggle of shameless media propagandists, Joe Biden is free as Hunter to deliver his final insult to the American people, end of quote. Clay Travis, Outkick founder. Clay, your top line thoughts.
Joe Biden's a complete and total liar, and everybody who has a functional brain knew he was lying, Harris, when he said that he wasn't going to pardon Hunter. And we know that they were having conversations in June when this conviction happened, and they knew that it would look bad because Joe Biden at that time was still in the office, and he thought there were two ways he was going to beat Trump. One was with abortion, and we know Kamala Harris spent $1 billion on abortion ads, and it didn't work, but that was one idea. The other was by arguing that Trump was a direct assault on democracy and that he was a felon president. And so if he had pardoned his son, you're taking one of the two arguments that he thought was the most coherent and concise for his campaign off the table. So they made a calculated decision to lie to the American public because it benefited them politically based on the lies that they were spreading about Donald Trump. And Harris, my takeaway as Trump is going to take office here in a little bit less than, 6.5, 7 weeks, is I want him to pardon immediately on day one. I can't get here fast enough, Harris. I want him to immediately pardon on day one every single January 6th political prisoner, even those that engaged in acts of violence. People say, what are you talking about there? You can look at the way that they were treated. If you commit a violent crime in D.C., you hardly get prosecuted at all right now. Even the people that engaged in violence have been prosecuted more than the average person would be in our nation's capital. I want a blanket and complete pardon for all of those people
Clay,
because Joe Biden has demonstrated he'll do whatever it takes to protect people who are close to him.
I'm curious about, just real quickly back to Joe Biden, since he is president for 48 more days. I mean, what is that going to look like? Will he try to continue protecting his legacy? Would he even
not
pardon
end
Trump?
well,
I mean,
guys.
there's so many things that could be coming down the pike here. You mentioned one of them. I do want to talk with you just real quickly, if I can ask my team to go back to that, because I want to try to get to it today. The 2024 election may signal the end of the defund the police era. The movement successfully pushed progressive criminal justice policies. Now voters are abandoning those reforms, even in Democrat-led and what we call purple states.
Blame it on Joe.
California voters just kicked out progressive district attorneys and voted to reverse soft-on-crime policies. What's happening here?
Look, I think the problem that Democrats have is their worldview fails, even and especially when they have complete control of city and state governments. Look, you know, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, these are some of the most beautiful places geographically in our country. They are filled with a lot of amazing people. Unfortunately, they keep electing left-wing leaders, and left-wing leadership has devolved all of those cities into a worse place than it would be if they had Republicans and Democrats both attempting to run those cities. So I think in states, I think what you're seeing is Democrats are being rejected by Democrat voters because their policies fail.
Yeah. Well, we will cover it all. Thank you for your time, Clay. Always.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for tuning into the live show. Well, it looks like Hunter is a free man, guys. Hunter is a free man. I guess people are truly above the law. People are truly above the law. It is what it is. That's what, the president of the United States has shown us. His son is above the law.
Of the Brian Kilmeade radio show and host of One Nation. Now we begin with President-elect Trump showing his strength on the global stage. With just 48 days to go until his inauguration, Trump is letting the world know that he intends to put America first. Just yesterday, after the IDF confirmed the death of yet another Israeli-American hostage, Trump sent this message to Hamas. Quote, "There will be all hell to pay in the Middle East, and for those in charge who perpetrated these atrocities against humanity, those responsible will be hit harder than anybody has been hit in the long and storied history of the United States of America. Release the hostages now." And after Trump threatened a 25% tariff on Canada, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau went down to Mar-a-Lago to speak personally with the president-elect. Here's senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy reporting on how that meeting went.
Tonight, we're getting some new details about that Trump-Trudeau dinner from two people who were at the table. We are told that when Trudeau told President-elect Trump that new tariffs would kill the Canadian economy, Trump joked to him that if Canada can't survive without ripping off the U.S. to the tune of $100 billion a year, then maybe Canada should become the 51st state and Trudeau could become its governor.
To which reportedly, Kilmeade, there was sort of nervous laughter in the Trudeau camp. But the reality is he drew a hard line and they went down there to try to change his mind. But his mind's not changing.
You know what's kind of, I think, kind of cool is that there's nothing better than seeing someone face to face. In a time in which everyone's talking about AI, communication, text messaging, Instagram, and that's all Kennedy talks about. More on that later. Well, I will say, Justin Trudeau says, why, rather than go back and forth, why don't we just meet? I love the fact that he went down there and they get to hash it out right there and walk away with things. Also, Donald Trump's doing what Kayla, he did every day. He starts the day with leverage. He wakes up and goes, "Oh, you are my nominees. If you don't nominate them, we're going to do it in a recess appointment. Game on." All of a sudden, people are scrambling. Then he says, "Okay, when it comes to controlling the border, I'm not going to wait and ask. I'm going to tell you right away, 25% tariffs. I don't like the way you're handling it." Oh, you have a problem? Next thing you know, he's negotiating already. It makes people act. He's like, "I don't have a lot of time. We're going to get this done." Bottom line is, the northern border has been a mess. If you talk to Governor Sununu, he talks about the people pouring across the border, drugs coming across the border. Guess what's happening now? They're using drone technology. They're using high-tech equipment and planes to start monitoring the northern border because they don't want any part of those 25% tariffs.
Kaylee, Kilmeade invoked you. And now let's talk about specifically as well those threats. To Kilmeade's point that the president-elect means and will do good on to those Hamas responsible and those who are continuing to hold our American Israeli hostages and others.
Without a doubt, he will make good on those promises, I can assure you. I listened to a fascinating talk by Wilbur Ross recently. He was the Commerce Secretary under Trump. He wrote a book. It's fascinating. And he talks about seeing the art of the deal up front when Trump was a businessman. And then he talks about the art of the deal coming into government. And what you're seeing now is the art of the deal working out with great efficacy. We saw this, as I mentioned last week, on May 30th, 2019. Trump said 5% tariff on Mexico unless you secure the border. 7 days later, what did Mexico do? They secured the border. That happened last term. Well, this term, you've got the art of the deal again. We were on this couch last Monday when Trump said, hey, tariffs are coming your way, not just for Canada, but for Mexico also. What happened? 3 days later, Claudia Sheinbaum, the head of Mexico there, got on the phone with Trump and they agreed to secure the border. What happened 5 days later? Justin Trudeau gets on a plane. I don't think he would have done that absent a Truth Social, goes to Mar-a-Lago, talks with Trump. And then what do we have from Trump? A warning to Hamas, I will obliterate you off the face of the earth, I'm paraphrasing, if you don't release the hostages. That is powerful. You know why? Hamas has been dealing with Israel. They eliminated Sinwar and Sainia, the heads of Hamas. Israel then went after Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, got him. Well, guess what? Guess who's coming in addition to Israel? A new commander-in-chief named Donald J. Trump. And if you're watching Hamas, I want you to remember two names. Al-Baghdadi, no longer on this earth. And I want you to remember another, the head of Iran, their top general, no longer with us because of Donald J. Trump. Remember those names. Remember those examples. Soleimani is gone forever. Donald J. Trump's coming. Release the hostages.
And in addition to that, Kennedy, as President-elect Trump is showing the global world, right? He's coming out, he's sort of assuming leadership right now. But the thing is, the other world leaders are already seeing it also. So in addition to Trudeau going down there, we have, for example, French President Macron, who invited President-elect Trump to the very, very important ceremony and opening festivities for Notre Dame Cathedral, which burned savagely 5 years ago. For that event, he did not invite current President Biden. And I noted that the left-wing media sort of tried to paint it as, well, one, adulating and adoring leader is meeting another. It's actually not at all. The reality is that the globe sees President-elect Trump already as the leader, already as the commander-in-chief, and already as the representative of America that they need to do business with.
And it's interesting because you corrected yourself out of deference and protocol, saying President-elect Trump. But we've not in our lifetime.
My mic was off, guys.
Unless someone was alive during the Cleveland administration. Yeah. We haven't had a former president who's also our future president. But if we were talking about President Obama, we would call him President Obama. So I think it's appropriate to call him President Trump. I also think, for all intents and purposes, he's president right now. Yeah. He's doing far more foreign policy than the president or the vice president. A couple of weeks ago, when we were on the verge of World War III with Ukraine and Russia lobbing long-range
Nobody
missiles
wants to mess around right now. You mess around.
The vice president had her toes in the sand in Hawaii. And, the president was wandering off in the Amazon rainforest. They probably don't want him to go into Paris because they don't want him wandering into, some sort of a Parisian red light district or a seedy neighborhood. They might be looking out for him, but for all intents and purposes, yes, he is the closest thing we have to a president right now. And I think that's giving a lot of world leaders reason to exhale. I think there is a great sense of relief. And also, back to the 51st state jab. Every dinner like that, it's not a state dinner. It is still a dinner and essentially a private residence. Every dinner should be a roast. There should be jokes. I think if that's one thing the election has shown us, jokes are back. You can make fun of people and they can make fun of you right back. Everyone can laugh about it, move on, and then when it's time to get down to brass tacks and business, they can do that maturely.
I'd rather you not make fun of me. Just for the record. I don't know what world you're living in.
An impossibility.
Okay.
And you talk about the side of relief
FL says, let's just let the 47th in early. Absolutely.
I can't speak for those
get him
families
in now.
Hostages
Forget
still
about
remaining with
January
Hamas,
20, guys.
But I can only surmise
I don't know why people are waiting
that there
till next
too
year.
is hope. with
It's
President
almost next year
President
anyway.
Trump.
But we
Well,
need
I
him
mean,
right now.
2 days to find
Right
out
now,
that your
bro.
child was killed on day one, October 7th. There's a special place in hell for these terrorists called Hamas. Yes. And the family, the Nutra family that I sat with a few weeks ago, it was heartbreaking because the mom was acknowledging that people here in America didn't seem to care. I can't even imagine right now. You're talking about allies in terms of
I think it's already
Mexico and Canada. Can you
controlling
imagine
a
what our
lot of
enemies are
stuff.
thinking right now?
Like the prime minister
I mean,
to
the trade
Canada
is getting dangled. I mean,
goes to
everything is going.
Mar-a-Lago.
All the things are
Okay.
happening.
The
And one
Mexican
thing that they
president
have, a word that you will
interact
often
with the
hear
47.
When you interview people
So it's
on
like,
other continents,
who is the president?
they believe
If
Trump.
everybody is aligning with the
It's a
47
kind of a
already.
trust based on
I don't think
fact
anybody's
of
actually having
action
a conversation
that Biden is completely without.
Biden right now.
Part of the damage that we've seen in our relationships with countries around the world is because, well, we all know he lies. They don't trust him either. I mean, he just pardoned his son after saying over and over and over and getting other people to lie too. Oh, Russia's the hoax, blah, 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 all of it. All of it, all of it, all of it. I'm going to let my kid go free. You don't think that our enemies don't see that? Because I know they see it. So for our enemies, you mentioned Soleimani and others, that Israel also now is taking out people that are our enemies. We should send them a fruit basket. We're working in concert. Now it's time to go get our people. We don't leave our people behind. It's embarrassing in this country that we have a commander-in-chief who was willing to.
Doesn't talk about him.
He doesn't even mention it. So now it's time for action. And so on behalf of those families, Trump takes action. He can't bring back people who were killed on October 7th, but he can hopefully bring back enough remains to know, just like what I witnessed in Vietnam, to know that those lives counted and will be accounted for.
And you got 4
He can
Americans
do
still
that.
there at least.
Yes.
Still,
Yes.
yeah,
I mean,
6. And we talked to the
prayerfully,
families today.
And we know when Hamas gets pressure pushed on them, they kill people right there, right on the battlefield, before you can get there to rescue them. But we have precision artists in our military who can go in and make a cut and come back with people and bring families, not just our own, but across the world, and bring families some closure and peace.
Yeah, Hamas is still making payroll. How are they making payroll?
Yeah.
Who's
Really?
paying them?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You don't know?
Talked to the family today.
Adults are back in the house. Okay. Adults are back. So when the adults are back, the kids, the children hang out. Okay. They hang around the corners. However, the adults are back and they've taken charge. Okay. Adults have taken charge. Every other person, bye. Shout out to Analyst.
Donald
Analyst, we
Trump
see you.
isn't
Analyst.
even president yet, and he's already smacking world leaders into place. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau immediately flew down to Mar-a-Lago to have dinner with the president-elect, just days after Trump threatened to slap a 25% tariff on Canada over drugs and illegal immigration. And you will absolutely love how Trump showed Trudeau who's boss.
We're getting some new details about that Trump-Trudeau dinner from 2 people who were at the table. We are told that when Trudeau told President-elect Trump that new tariffs would kill the Canadian economy, Trump joked to him that if Canada can't survive without ripping off the U.S. to the tune of $100 billion a year, then maybe Canada should become the 51st state and Trudeau could become its governor.
Trump having some fun on Truth Social, posting an AI photo of himself on top of a Canadian mountain with the caption, "Oh, Canada." Meanwhile, Trump is also getting results when it comes to America's enemies. He's warning the terrorist organization Hamas that there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East if they don't release hostages in Gaza before Inauguration Day. Okay, Dana, do we know how many hostages are even alive?
No, but we do have some indication that some are, and that means that they need to be released. And I think that it was absolutely right for President Trump to lay down the gauntlet. He actually said something like this before. I can't remember if it was in a debate or at some point in the campaign. He said that if I win, by January 20th, they all better be released.
Yeah.
And they knew that he meant that. I don't know how many are alive. I hope that we can rescue more. And not just that they're released, they should be released, but they should be rescued. What's interesting here, too, is that If you remember before 2016, during that transition, there was a lot that led to an impeachment of outrage about President Trump doing anything that would be seen as outreach. There's only one president at a time. How dare you do that? Well, this time, first of all, Kamala Harris has been seen once since the election concession speech that she gave, and it was in that video. On her schedule every single day, it says meetings. Meetings. She's not out. Then you have President Biden. He casts the pardon and flies to Africa. Again, I'm all for that trip. But then he doesn't say anything. And as you were pointing out, I was like, who is in charge? So in some ways, the Biden administration has just conceded the next 60 days to President Trump. They're not complaining about any of this. And in fact, Trudeau probably would have been timid about coming to see Donald Trump in 2016, but there's none of that now. There's a little bit of self-interest here as well. There is a populist strain happening all over the world and all of Western civilization. It is true in Canada as well. The last thing I would say is, thank goodness they told us that was an AI photo of President Trump, because I kind of believed it was true.
Yeah. You know, Jesse, it's kind of interesting that world leaders, they're like all falling into place. I mean, the president of Mexico calls within 2 hours, I think, or maybe it was Trudeau, and Trudeau flies down to Mar-a-Lago. And interesting, speaking about France, I mean, you've got the president of France, not Trudeau, Macron, inviting Donald Trump and not Joe Biden to the opening of the Notre Dame Cathedral on December 8th. Even the world is already treating him like he's president.
Well, Macron invited the real president, Dr. Jill. She'll be there. It's great. I mean, Trump's about to take over Canada and Biden's lost in Africa. I've never seen anything like this before, and no one's really shocked that this is happening. I am so supportive of making Trudeau governor. I've never been more excited by anything in my entire life. And let's just be clear, we're not going to make Canada the 51st state. We'll make it 51 and 52. You make Western Canada, that'll be Republican. Eastern Canada, that'll be Democrat, so you keep the electoral balance there. So many reasons to make this a state. It's I think it has the third largest oil reserves in the world.
Oh, a lot.
So that makes us an energy behemoth. It's the most well-educated country in the world, because we need a little help in that department. Talk about mining, agriculture, fishing, AI, tech, real estate, Canada, you name it, they got it. We'll never probably lose another Winter Olympics. We'll have all of their skaters and skiers. Wow. I mean, good luck, Sweden. And they share our cultural heritage. They share our language. It's just a no-brainer. Now, I don't know if Canada is going to go along with it, but there's ways to maybe change their opinion.
Do you want to end it there?
I'll end it there.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
The army's minuscule, but that's fine. We'll pay to protect them as a state. But we're doubling the size of the country, America. Think about it.
Thank you, Jesse.
Add 2 stars, you're fine.
Charlie, talk about the art of the deal at this level. I mean, the world leaders are all falling into place, and this is a president who doesn't believe in compromise. I mean, he's acting on this America first, basically saying to Trudeau in Canada, you know, your economy can't survive unless you rip us off to $100 billion. Too bad.
Yeah. And the funniest part of it is that Trudeau thought that his best argument against Trump was that, but that will crater our economy.
The judge looks really good for our age.
Going,
and Canada becoming a United States state. It's not. I mean, that's a good idea.
Kind of a fig leaf, you know, a peace offering by saying, look, we'll just make you a state and everything will be great. But I mean, we're 10 years in. This guy has been on the public scene as president or candidate for almost 10 years now. And the guy is still doing it. This may be the Trumpian thing the guy has ever done. Yes. And it's 10 years in. Who has that kind of staying power and that ability to like blow people's minds 10 years in? And at the heart of it, and people will freak out, I'm sure, although it is interesting. I feel like the freak out is a little bit like people like get him now. And so there's not quite the freak out that there was, you know, in the early days of his Trump stuff. But at the heart of it, as you pointed out, is something that makes a lot of sense. He's trying to get something done, and he's being a funny guy. He's being a little bit of a bully.
Laura Ski said, "I have no problem."
He's always been a kind of an entertainer. I mean, he's
becoming
really,
an
he's
American.
of that ilk.
Shout
But
out to Laura.
Isn't it interesting, Richard, that he's a dictator and he's a fascist and he's all these horrible things, and yet he opens his home to Joe and Mika, and Zuckerberg gave, I think it was $400 million to Biden, and he opens his home up to Zuckerberg, and it just goes on and on. What a fascist, huh?
Listen, I didn't call him a fascist. To one point to Jesse, though, hopefully we take the socialized medicine as well.
No.
That's where we ended.
In fact, we can save them from
Or they're
18,000 weeks of waiting.
they're
for
save them.
Or they're
Yes,
subsidized. Or they're
exactly.
subsidized colleges and universities, why they're smarter. But
Well, they already all come down here for healthcare anyway.
But let's get to your point, because listen, there's a part of me that actually agrees with you. I do think that I think there's a point in this where Democrats have to acknowledge that Trump is going to be the incoming president, right? So the hysteria has to sort of go away, and we got to figure out how do you deal. And there's something that you can learn from some of these foreign leaders who are saying, listen, we're going to try to work with what we have. And I think Trump has given us a lot of material to work with here. There's things that we agree with Trump on. Case in point, he said there's no tax on tips. So I think Democrats, if they were smart in this moment, would write a bill for a no tax on tips. He said that he wants to cap credit cards to 10%. Democrats should write a bill saying, let's cap credit cards to 10%. He says he wants to wind down reckless spending at the Pentagon. Bernie Sanders has been talking about that since he's been in Congress, and that's been longer than I've been alive. So Democrats should write a bill about that and put these bills on the floor on day one and say, Republicans, many of them who disagree with many of these things, pass these bills because your president wants them. So let's go. We want these things. Let's get them done.
It's not a bad point.
Okay.
Click here to
So now they are in support of the 47th. Back in the day, they say this guy was a fascist. They say he was a communist. They say he was the H word, Hitler. So it's like, what is going on? Now you support Trump 24/7. Incredible.
The Department of Justice Special Counsel, that guy right there, actually, I thought it was a picture of David Weiss. That's Hunter Biden. David Weiss, says the motion to dismiss Hunter Biden's indictment should be denied.
Shout out to Hunter, man.
Washington. Hey, Maddie.
I wish my daddy
Hi,
was
guys. Good
Hunter's
morning. Well,
daddy.
Hunter Biden's legal team wants automatic dismissal of the gun and tax cases, and that's what Special Counsel David Weiss is taking issue with. He does not deny that Hunter received a pardon, but he does say that a pardon does not absolve Hunter of guilt. Weiss says the president's pardon does not mean the grand jury's decision to charge him based on a finding of probable cause should be wiped away as if it never occurred. He goes on to say there was none and never has been any evidence of vindictive or selective prosecution, directly contradicting the president's characterization of Hunter's indictments.
No, read the president's statement. Seriously, read the president's statement. He said he believes in the Department of Justice. He does. He also believes that raw politics infected the process and it led to a miscarriage of justice. He believes his son was unfairly targeted. He said that what his political opponents have done to my son, that's his words, is cruel and enough is enough.
In response, Hunter's lawyer, Abby Lowell, says the special counsel acknowledges that the majority of courts, when faced with such a decision, have chosen to dismiss an indictment. The special counsel's admission that this is the practice of the majority of courts certainly provides legal support to Mr. Biden's claim that dismissal is warranted. Lowell argues a dismissal doesn't wipe away the indictment like it never happened. It just means that the indictment has been resolved. Lauren, Steve Ainsley, and Brian.
All right, Maddie,
Thanks,
thank you
Maddie.
very much. Meanwhile, yesterday we spent most of our 3 hours talking about this. Yesterday, Joe Manchin popped up over on CNN, and he said, well, given the fact that Joe Biden said, I'm never, ever, ever going to pardon my son, and then did, Mr. Manchin had this observation.
What I would have done differently, my recommendation as a counsel would have been, why don't you go ahead and pardon Donald Trump for all his charges and make it, it had gone down a lot more balanced, if you will. I'm just saying, wipe them out.
No, Joe Biden would have.
Well, he interviewed Jonathan Turley, and Jonathan brought up a good point. He said he really doesn't need the pardon because some of the cases have already been dropped. Sentencing has been pushed back.
The federal case is
So
dropped.
exactly. So he might not even need the difference. Is he was saying basically is that Hunter Biden definitely did these crimes, and
He confessed to some of them.
Yes, and it's been proven. Many people think that Donald Trump was targeted by the Democrats and by a liberal Justice Department.
I mean, he talks about taking a gun, buying a gun, taking the gun, having his Beau's wife, Haley, I think it's Haley, seeing the gun, getting worried and throwing it in a dumpster. So, I mean, the whole thing is there. So to write a book and do a book tour and not acknowledge the laptop, it just shows you how impervious this guy thought he was. And he probably felt the same way going through the trial. It doesn't matter. My dad is going to pardon me. As Elon Musk tweeted out, he says, now who is above the law? As Chris Whipple, a best-selling author, historian, chief of staff, wrote a book about chiefs of staff, he talks about the moral clarity of Joe Biden when he insisted he would not pardon Hunter Biden. And now look how stupid they look. And another biographer, Evan Osnos, of Joe Biden, talked about he's old school, sense of duty, and doesn't abuse his power. How dumb do all these people look right now?
But Brian, it's not just that. It is the party that talks about privilege all the time and favors and how we need equity. Do you think anybody else would have gotten this type of shake out there if they went to I just don't understand a person so concerned about his legacy. How does he want this to be the legacy, or is he bruised by the Democratic Party because they forced him out and he just doesn't care? He just wants to protect him and his family.
The law is the law. He's allowed to pardon.
Of course he is.
This. You might not agree with it, but you can do it. And Donald Trump might do it for, someone that he's close with, and the Republicans can't say anything about it. He's allowed to do this. I think what I'm hearing on the network constantly, yesterday at least, is they're upset that he lied. Why didn't he just say, I'm going to pardon my son?
Or I don't know.
We knew he was
I don't know yet.
Right.
Yeah, I
we knew
haven't
that.
made a decision about that.
But how many times do we hear Joe Biden say, when asked about different things with the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, he said, you know what? That's an independent agency. I'm not going to meddle in it. Well, he just meddled in it, and that is why David Weiss is saying, oh, Joe Biden says that this was selective prosecution. It absolutely was not. And then he went through everything. Now it technically is up to those two judges, one in California, one in Delaware, whether or not they do dismiss the case. If the President of the United States issues a pardon, usually it's just a rubber stamp, boom, boom. But technically, it's still up to the judge.
What do y'all think about them blaming raw politics? KJP blamed.
Well, we don't know exactly what she said.
Why not blame him? I mean, he committed these crimes. He didn't pay his taxes, more than $1 million. He lied on a gun form. Why would it be politics?
Well,
he actually did these.
Well, he's never experienced accountability. This family is a mess. I mean, they allow him to sleep around with his brother's dead wife, not take care of his children. I mean, it's an entire mess that the president and the first lady has allowed him to get away with. I mean, this was only the cherry on top. He's never had to deal with accountability.
Is that because he lost his mom tragically?
There's you know what? Maybe, but there's a lot of people in America that have to deal with loss and grief and addiction.
Right.
They don't have the president to rescue them, though. And I just think this is just a sad example for the country. Yes, stand with the people with addiction problems, but everyone with addiction problem doesn't display that type of behavior.
Donald Trump is just like saying, look, this is what I've been telling you. The Justice Department's been weaponized to take action against me. You mocked me and said, hey, we'll do our debate on Wednesday. That's your day off on the trial. Maybe we'll do it then. Trump's like, yeah, I'll debate you on a Wednesday, and he lost his career while he waited. That's why Kash Patel, many people feel his candidacy and his nomination been fortified, because now he's going to go in there, the FBI and these investigations, and he's going to fix it. Oh, you have a problem with that? Because Joe Biden just says he had a problem with the Justice Department.
That's the deal, though, Brian. So I had that talking point yesterday. I go, okay, finally, the Democrats and Republicans agree on this issue. But then when KJP was asked about it, she made it seem like it was just
the Scaria for debating Trump.
This
is just
one situation that the Department of Justice has been unfair, and it's just Hunter Biden, no other case.
Allow me to portray what KJP said yesterday on Air Force One. She said, two things can be true. You can believe in the DOJ system, and you can believe that the process was affected politically. And so that is why, Joe Biden saying that's his party line now. Look, those darn Republicans, they came after me. Oh, look, the darn DOJ came after me. It was selective. But as the guy who did the prosecuting, David Weiss said, Mr. President, I know you're my boss, but you're wrong.
What, are you hearing anything behind the scenes about KJP's reaction to, she was the one who was told, say, I'm not going to pardon, I'm not going to pardon.
Nope.
I would think she would be upset. Some of y'all have said she should have resigned when she found out he did.
On principle.
But she just passes along the president's message.
Well,
she doesn't know if he's going to go back on his word.
Well, ultimately, she asks him, that's the way it's supposed to work. Okay, as the mouthpiece for the president, what is your official position on this, this, and this? And he tells her, or they put it in the binder, and then she repeats it. But the way she's been asked through history, and Joe Biden, has been asked, and everybody's been asked, it was always an emphatic no, but not going to pardon, not going to pardon. And then they lied.
Here's the malpractice part. The NBC report said that he had always intended on doing it. So she kept the same talking point yesterday after the report was released and says, oh, no, he came up with this over the weekend. But there's another report contradicting and saying this was always the plan. They were just working on the messaging.
They also said the border was secure until everyone found out it wasn't.
Not only is he not a victim, we have the FBI was told you can't interview Hunter leading up to the election. We know the FBI held the laptop. We also know the IRS whistleblowers came out and we were told not to really investigate Hunter Biden. So he got all the money, and the family, not Joe, but the money ripples down to the grandchildren and it stays, and he doesn't get to pay taxes on it, but yet he feels as though it's been weaponized because he's the son of a president.
So now Biden is looking like he's been a liar from the day one, from Afghanistan withdrawal to the border to the economy to foreign policies, now to Hunter Biden. Hunter has just put his father in a deep mess, but it is what it is. This is good for the Republican Party, for the conservatives, because in 2028 and 2032, things will be better for the Republican Party. I mean, Trump already changed the trajectory of all of the political view of the United States. The voters don't think the same way anymore. Nobody wants an elite that brings all the Hollywood, Beyonce, Samuel L. Jackson, Fat Joe, all of these top artists, Taylor Swift. Nobody cares, okay? Nobody cares about all those people because those people are super rich people. They want people who are going to talk to the plumbers, the factory workers, the farmers, the plumbers, the welders, the carpenters, the truck drivers, the hand workers, okay? Handymans. That's what these people want to talk to. That's what they want to vote for. Nobody cares about elites, okay? And Trump has changed everything. So here we go. And Hunter is a free man, guys. Yeah, they better free more people.
At least 11 people are dead following Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon yesterday. It's the first deadly strike on either country since the ceasefire went into effect last week. Now both sides are accusing each other of violating the agreement. The IDF says the strike was in response to a pair of Hezbollah rockets hitting northern Israel after Hezbollah also accused Israel of violating the ceasefire. The IDF says it was targeting Hezbollah terrorists and their infrastructure. Here at home, Americans rally to demand hostages held by Hamas be released immediately. Among the rally-goers in New York City was the family of Adnan Alexander. Just one day before the rally, Adnan appeared in a Hamas propaganda video begging Benjamin Netanyahu and President-elect Trump to agree to a deal. Adi Alexander is Adnan's father, and he joins me now. Sir, thank you so much for being here. What went through your mind when you saw your son in that video?
First of all, it was very emotional and very disturbing. It was our first sign of life, the actual sign of life. Other people saw him in the tunnels back in November of the last year, but we never saw him. And that was the first time when we saw our son begging for his life.
So it has to be bittersweet, knowing that your son is alive, but also knowing the conditions that he is in and has been in for 14 months.
Yeah, it's simply unbelievable, the inhumane condition that those hostages are being kept. It's simply unbelievable with no Red Cross access. We don't know if they get enough nutrition, enough food, medicine. We don't know nothing. And it's very disturbing.
It's disturbing for all of us to watch this and learn about the plight of the hostages. But I cannot imagine going through that as a parent. Can you even put into words the emotions that you go through as a parent?
Our son in this video, at the last segment of this video, asked us to stay strong. And he told us that he hopes that this nightmare will be ending soon. So we have to go on autopilot every morning, just go into this mode and just keep fighting for his release. There is no other choice, and the hope is mandatory.
What has been your latest communication with Benjamin Netanyahu and President Biden?
So Benjamin Netanyahu called my wife a couple of days ago, saying that there is a deal is on the table, and they are working tirelessly to narrow the gaps with Hamas and pass it over the finish line. And I had a similar conversation with the White House. Our understanding that there is a deal that every part have to make some concession to narrow those gaps, and we hope that the diplomacy will work this time.
Does the election of Donald Trump change anything in your mind?
Yes, I think so. That was a hell of a tweet to start with from yesterday. And I met with President Trump a couple of months ago. He looked disturbed. This issue is very close to his heart. He feels for the hostages, and I don't think he wants this conflict on his plate on January 20th. And he wants to finish the war.
So you think your son is going to be released before Inauguration Day?
I hope so. I hope so. I really hope so.
And if he's not, do you trust Donald J. Trump will bring your son home?
Absolutely.
Why?
We need a strong leadership. We need the use of the friendship between both leaders, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, to execute the deal and to make unnecessary concessions.
What's your message to the Biden administration?
To Biden, we had a great amount of access on the highest level with the Biden administration. My message, please use the remaining time that you have in the White House to execute this deal, and don't forget our kids.
Final question. Your wife is overseas right now in Tel Aviv. You have a family that has been going through this. It's not just you. How is the family doing?
The family, we are strong for the past almost 14 months. We have 18 years old daughter. She's in a college. We have another kid, 13 years old, which is a great basketball player. My wife, she's strong, we're strong, and we'll keep fighting.
Again, these segments hit different when it's parent to parent. I cannot imagine what you were going through, but just know that you are in all of our prayers here.
Thank you.
And I know you're in the current administration and in the future administration's thoughts and prayers as well. They will bring your son home, hopefully, and that is what we pray for every day.
Meanwhile, in Israel, family members of hostages desperately waiting for answers, including our next guest. Itai Chen's father, Ruby Chen, joins us now. Ms. Chen, thanks so much for joining us, Ruby. I appreciate it. Your thoughts right now that there's a ceasefire with Hezbollah, it's all mysteriously quiet with Iran. Now there's going to be more focus, I imagine, on Gaza, where your son is thought to be held. What are your thoughts now?
Yeah, I think we want to first thank the president. You know, he has not been that much on social, and the fact that he tweeted what he did yesterday just shows his commitment to this topic, and we cherish his obligation to our cause, the tragedy that we've been having to endure for over 424 days. And I just want to pause a second and also send our condolences, my family's condolences, to the Neutra family that received tragic news yesterday after 423 days that they had hope. that their son was still alive. They were notified. And I think it's also coupled with the sign of life that Idan Alexander, the Alexander family, the kid from New Jersey, we got on Saturday. I think those two events, you kind of couple them together. I think brought the president to talk about the topic on social, and B, I know that it also connected and incentivized both teams, the existing administration.
The real president is back, guys. The real one is back. And look, it's giving people hope. It's telling them, we will bring your children back. We're going to bring your family back. What more do you want from a commander in chief? A commander in chief gives hope to the people. It tells the people, look, relax. It's going to be all right. I am here with you. God Almighty is going to protect the United States of America. We are the power of the world. We are the free world, and we might be making Canada the 51st state. Okay? Don't worry. We're gonna bring your children back. Don't worry. Your children will be back in the 54th state in Canada.
As well as the incoming administration to work together in a bipartisan way and try to find a solution for this tragedy before January 20th happens.
It's just important about President of the United States saying definitively, hey, you got 6 Americans there. They're dual citizens, most of them. We want them out, and you better fix this by the time I get there. And that's the type of directness you need from the President of the United States. It seems to be very welcome among the hostage families. But I also know that Hamas watches and understands the world press, watches the news. What should they take away from that?
It's exactly the type of language we're missing. It's 7 U.S. hostages. And I think the message was not just directed to Hamas. I think it was also directed to Iran and the other beneficiaries that have been supporting Hamas financially. I could say for a fact, Hamas is still able to pay monthly salaries to its militants as well as its operators inside of Gaza. It is unacceptable that Hamas is able to pay tens of millions of dollars monthly.
One thing is for sure. People are saying, one thing is for sure, right? People are saying, well, if they're still alive, he's going to bring them back in the box or whatever y'all are saying. Let me tell y'all something. You think after he said it during the RNC, he said it during the Republican convention, he said these hostages better be released before he wins the presidential election and resumes on January 20. Now he has won, and now he's telling them before he resumes, they better be home. So if anything has happened to them, he's going to tell you, I told you guys to release these children, to release these hostages. You never release these kids. Guess what? He may obliterate Hamas. I'm telling you, like, I'm just sorry for the Palestinian people. They better tell their people to, like, because this guy may obliterate a lot. That may be the first smoke that may happen
to these people. The money is coming from places that we know, places in the Middle East, people, countries that claim to be allies of the United States, NATO countries, and that needs to stop. And I think that is going to be a very strong message from the president once he gets into office, and that's part of what he means.
Gotcha. Rudy, thanks so much. Sorry your family's going through this, and hopefully the threat of Donald Trump becoming president will get everyone's attention. Thanks, Ruby. Appreciate
just
it.
maybe one last thing, Brian. You know, Christmas is coming up. You know, we've already done one Christmas with an empty chair at our dinner table. You know, we would like to ask people to pray with us together to hope that we have a miracle waiting for.
TA, shout out to TA. You know what time it is. TA says, well, obliterate. It's a little too late. Israel is already working on it. Israel is like kindergarten. Israel is like kindergarten compared to MIT. Okay, Israel is kindergarten. The United States is MIT. Okay, so Israel has been doing kindergarten blowing up. When MIT comes to do the blow up, there wouldn't be nothing else. Okay, so I'm just telling you that's the comparisons. Kindergarten and MIT level. Okay, we're talking about the Wharton School of Finance type level. Okay, president went to the Walton School of Finance. You know that, right? So kindergarten and the Walton School of Finance type obliteration. That's the difference.
Number of top Trump picks on Capitol Hill today as they prepare for their upcoming confirmation fights. And while many Senate Republicans seem completely on board with the president-elect's selections, others are raising potential concerns today. Let's bring in CNN's Caitlin Collins, who's covering the Trump transition for us in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, we're just learning that the Trump team has signed a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Justice Department, which means that Trump's nominees, including those on the Hill today, will start undergoing.
Shout out to everybody tuning in. Since STBR says they would have ruined them a long time ago. The international court is something that's the problem, i.e. the United Nations. You think Trump already said he doesn't want to be a part of the United Nations anyway. He doesn't want to be a part of NATO. He doesn't want to be a part of all these people because the United States basically pays most of their budget. So it's like, in another word, you can say, some people would say the United States really owns all of these organizations or all of the international body that y'all are talking about, because the United States pays way more than any other country in that organization. So it's like, you think he cares about all of this stuff? Man, he's already an outcast anyway. Everybody knows nobody wants smoke with this guy. I'm just saying, nobody wants smoke with this stuff.
Background checks. Tell us more.
Yeah, Jake, this is a notable development given the delay here. Typically, this is something that an incoming president does pretty quickly after they win an election. They do sign this agreement and others with the current administration so this process can start. And obviously, the Justice Department memorandum of understanding has been one of the biggest ones because it does allow the FBI to start conducting those background checks on the senior-most aides that Trump is trying to put in his cabinet or in his top positions inside the White House. It means that they can start looking at classified information as well as this begins to get underway. And the reason, Jake, that this is so notable that it's happening now is because we are hearing from a lot more vocal Republican senators saying that they do want to see the FBI conduct background checks, that the ones that the Trump team had talked about having private investigators or private companies carry out just was not going to carry the same weight with these Republican senators, some of whom may be on the fence about some of these nominees when it comes to how they're vetting and looking at them, because obviously the FBI background check process is done to make sure that these people have a full understanding of what is in their background and whether or not they should be trusted with the nation's most classified secrets. And so looking at that from that perspective, Jake, this is an announcement that came today from the Trump team with a statement from the incoming chief of staff, Susie Wiles, about getting this process going, because there had been some concerns internally. One, the Republican senators were going to ultimately demand this, certainly those that are on the fence, and two, that it would delay the confirmation process, because typically for the Attorney General, for the Secretary of State, for those top jobs, those are done pretty quickly after the incoming president is inaugurated, because they need those people in place at those obviously those key and critical agencies.
Even CNN is
a few
humble.
things, though, to note here. One,
CNN
it's
is
not
humble,
totally
guys.
clear that they are going to submit all of Trump's picks to get background checks. That is something that we're still trying to determine from our sources of what this process is going to look like, and if every cabinet pick is actually going to have to submit to an FBI background check for these senators who are going to be vetting them, and what that looks like. And Jake, I'll also remind you, this was a big issue in Trump's first term when it came to security clearances. It led to the ouster of his staff secretary, Rob Porter, after they found troubling information in his background in regards to women. But also when there was, Trump was given advice by top officials in his administration not to grant Jared Kushner a security clearance. He overrode those concerns and granted him one anyway, even though he had said at the time that he wasn't going to be involved in that process. So how this all shakes out still matters, Jake, but this is notable because it does jumpstart that process, as we were hearing from key Republican senators saying that they did want to see background checks.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Caitlin, of course, is working on new reporting on the Trump transition, and you can look for more of that on her show, The Source, which airs tonight and every weeknight at 9 p.m. Eastern here on CNN. Let's go to CNN's Manu Raju, live for us on Capitol Hill. And Manu, what are you hearing from Republicans, especially when it comes to Trump's pick for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who's on the Hill pressing the flesh and meeting with Republican senators today?
Yeah, in his meeting that's about to start in a matter of minutes with Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri, this coming after a number of Republicans have simply not saying how they would come down, whether they would support this nomination, but acknowledging that this could be a difficult road because Democrats are likely to be in unison opposing this nominee, and more than 3 Republican senators, if they were to vote against him, that would mean that he could not get the votes to become confirmed. There are much more than 3 Republican senators who have concerns, have questions about these allegations of misconduct that have come out in various reports. And one key senator earlier today, Senator Lindsey Graham, acknowledged a tough road ahead and for Hegseth to get the votes.
Some of these articles are very disturbing. He, obviously has a chance to defend himself here, but some of this stuff is going to be difficult. Time will tell. I like Pete. I've known him for a very, very long time.
And other senators, including Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, someone who herself has been a survivor of sexual assault and has called for reforms at the Pentagon on how it handles those crimes, has been notably undecided about this nomination. In fact, she was asked earlier today by our colleague Ted Barrett about her concerns, and she indicated she was going to have a thorough and frank conversation with Hegseth later this week. Now, it's still possible, Jake, that these Republican senators could ultimately fall in line, but there's little margin for error. One key senator, Senator Susan Collins of Maine, I asked her if she has concerns about all these reports and the allegations of misconduct involving Hegseth. She said she wants to see that full FBI background checked, review all those allegations. He said those all need to be investigated by the FBI before she makes a determination here. So a long road ahead for Hegseth to get this job. There's a lot of Republican senators right now undecided, Jake.
All right, Manu Raju, thanks so much. Let's jump right in with our panel. And Mike, you heard Senator Lindsey Graham there saying Hegseth's confirmation will be difficult now that we know the FBI background checks are in process, although who knows if Hegseth's going to get one or not. Do you think Republicans are nervous about what might come forward from that process?
No, and let's just assume that Hegseth is going to be one of the individuals that, if not all of the nominees, that will have background checks.
Well, it sounds like some Republicans are demanding and insisting on it.
I think it's a game changer, mainly because at some point with all of the allegations that are against Hegseth, they were going to have to go to a background check anyway. I just don't know politically how they would have avoided it. And if they had waited much longer, it would have delayed the confirmation hearing because they would have demanded, the Democrats will absolutely demand this, and I'm sure several Republicans will demand, if you're going to do it for one, you're going to do it for all. So if they had delayed this, we would not have had votes as soon as possible on a lot of these nominees, and that would have delayed the whole process. So I think what Caitlin was reporting on today is going to be very helpful to getting these people across the finish line. Now, the individual allegations, that's something else to talk about.
So, Naira, Kristen Soltis Anderson, who's on the show frequently, her polling firm posted that Americans support most of the people Trump has nominated to key roles. You can see Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State nominee, receives the most net support, +9, followed by Vivek Ramaswamy at +5 for Doge, I guess. Pete Hegseth has the lowest support at -2. That's only after Matt Gaetz withdrew his nomination. Do you think that matters to this process?
Oh, definitely, because so much of how Trump has been picking his cabinet nominees is based on who presents well on TV, who can help push the value culture war narrative that helped propel the campaign. But governing is fundamentally different. And the U.S. military, the Pentagon, is the largest employer in the country. The public has direct interaction with that agency, probably more so than any other, that some of these places can be very obscure. The challenge of coming out of the gate for Hegseth saying he doesn't believe women should serve is that they're 20% of the military already, nearly 20%. Recruitment is down in general. How do you suddenly go into this environment as effectively the CEO and then tell your people you believe in them, you want them to do better, but also discredit many of the people who are already serving, make it harder to recruit and strengthen your workforce while on top of that facing all these other allegations?
You want to weigh in on Hegseth?
I mean, I think he's ludicrously unqualified for the job. You know, he's never had a senior position in national security. He's never run an organization of more than a dozen people. He didn't do very well in the couple of small organizations he did run. So I don't even care. I mean, I care about the personal stuff, but it's such an insult, honestly, to the entire national security community to nominate him for a job that Bob Gates and Leon Panetta and so many of Dick Cheney and whatever you think of each of these individuals, Bill Cohen, serious people have had. Of all some cabinet jobs, you give them to some political person, it's not a big deal. But defense. It's kind of an important job.
Speaking of serious people, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg warned against confirming Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as health secretary. Here's what he said at a health conference in D.C. Take a listen.
Putting RFK Jr. in charge of that would be beyond dangerous. It would be medical malpractice on a mass scale.
Why would President-elect Trump expend so much political capital on this guy who is really of the left, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.?
Well, I may take initial exception with the political capital. I don't know that he's spending a lot of political capital on these nominees. When some political capital needed to be spent on Gates, Gates withdrew. I think this election was a disruption election. From the perspective of President-elect Trump, he is going to push as many nominees that may seem unqualified, may seem to the left, as possible to see how far he can move the needle on all of this. And in his mind, the American people voted to change government as usual, and that's what these nominees represent.
Okay, so my daughter got me distracted. But with that being said, Mayo Adams got something to say.
Well, thank you, sir. With respect, I think you should clarify your position, if you would, because a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I asked you specifically about mass deportations, and you told this group that you oppose mass deportations.
Yes.
You were on Channel 41 last night, and they quoted you as saying that you think the city should cooperate with ICE under certain circumstances.
Yes.
So can you explain to us what your point is on this, and what your position is?
You have Ms. Jones from some countries, been here for 10 years, undocumented, working hard, trying to provide a way, not committing a crime. Or you have Commissioner of my Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, a dreamer, came here across the river with his mother to participate in American Dream, and he now is a commissioner that is in charge of other dreamers. Those people should not be rounded up in the middle of the night. You know, these are people who love our country and they're participating in our country. Those who are here committing crimes, robberies, shooting at police officers, raping innocent people, have been a harm to our country. I want to sit down and hear the plan on how we're going to address them. Those are the people I am talking about, and I would love to sit down with the Board of Czar and hear his thoughts on how we're going to address those who are harming our citizens.
You're open to that?
Open to?
To hearing what their plan is to deport some of these folks, and you think the city, in some circumstances, should cooperate with ICE.
Let me. You know what's interesting? And I was talking to the team the other day. I want you to all go back and Google Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Google what they said about those who commit crimes in our city and what they said in our country. They said those who commit crimes need to get out right away. That was their position. So this is not a new position, you know, because in the state of in the era of cancel culture, no one's afraid to be honest about the truth. Well, cancel me, because I'm going to protect the people of the city. And if you come into this country, in this city, and think you're going to harm innocent New Yorkers and innocent migrants and asylum seekers, this is not the mayor you want to be in the city under.
Mr. Mayor.
How are you?
Good, great, thanks. During the pandemic, undocumented workers or essential workers step up in a major way.
Yes.
There's precedent. I think even my paternal grandmother was a nurse during the great influenza that came from Canada. She was granted citizenship and recognition for her service during that time, putting her life at risk for others. Is that something you would be willing to work with like 32BJ and the unions to say, people that stepped up like that in a major way to help us keep on, they should get some kind of consideration?
Listen, look, the reason I know undocumented and other workers were doing what you said is because I was out there. I wasn't home social distancing. I was not sheltering in place. I was on the streets with people who were willing to help those who were social distancing. and who were able to shelter in place. When you were as food service workers responding to your Uber Eats, you could not do it remotely. You had to go out and expose yourself. So I am with you on that. People who are giving back to this city should have an opportunity to participate in the American dream. And I said we should send people to certain cities. I can't say this over and over again. Certain cities that are dealing with population problems and need workers. I need food service workers. Kentucky need backstretch workers. You go all over this country, and there are many cities and municipalities that.
This guy is about to be the next Republican convert. He's about to be the next Republican. I'm telling y'all. And also, he's been indicted. So, is he looking for pardon from Trump? I don't know.
It's okay, I got it.
And so some of the reporters did ask her some questions about
Okay,
the
go.
pardoning. Exactly. And so we have some sound from her. We don't have a video of her because she is on the plane. But this is what she said about the reason that President Biden pardoned his son.
Does the president believe now and agree with President-elect Trump that the justice system has been weaponized for political purposes and that it needs root and branch reform?
No, read the president's statement. Seriously, read the president's statement. He said he believes in the Department of Justice. He does. He also believes that raw politics infected the process and it led to a miscarriage of justice. He believes his son was unfairly targeted. He said that what his political opponents have done to my son, that's his words, is cruel and enough is enough.
Not only does she lie,
Yeah,
she just makes stuff up.
Yeah, she's saying that politics have gotten involved in the justice system, which they lauded as believing in the justice system. You can't believe in the justice system and say politics got involved in the justice system and it's affected this case. That means it affected David Weiss, who you left on the job. That, I mean, affected the deal that fell apart because an unbiased judge looked at it and said, I've never seen anything like that, and everyone agrees they couldn't. What is so amazing is she's got to be embarrassed because she was assured over and over again this pardon wasn't coming. Senator Michael Bennet, upset by it, by Biden's decision, put personal interest ahead of duty. Democrat Gary Peters, President Biden's decision, pardon his son was wrong. Senator Peter Welch, President Biden's pardon of his son is the action of a loving father, understandable, but the action of our nation's chief executive is unwise. It goes on and on and on. And I just think about all those people that went to bat for the paragon of justice and ethics and saying how great Joe Biden was for not pardoning his son. Now have to sit there and say, after he pardoned his son, man, don't I look stupid? And if you got to Daily Show last night, even that was, if that is the one thing that stood out, I didn't realize how many were taking a bow for Joe Biden's noble stand, which we all knew he was going to reverse because, of course, he was not going to let his son go to jail.
I just think the line here is just stunning. And you know, we talk about all the former Trump admin people, how they struggled. You know, typically after you've worked in the White House, you get these big corporate jobs. It's just the way of thing. How does she get a job after the constant lying over and over again? Even in that moment, she just makes up what's in the statement. The statement did not say that. Right. And then number two, this is 2 times where the president has been at odds with his Department of Justice. The first time was when the special counsel said, essentially, he cannot stand trial because he's mentally incapable to stand trial, right? And his attorney general allowed that to happen. This is the next time when his Department of Justice said that it was time to bring charges against his son, and he's now saying that his Department of Justice is political. The question is, will we hear from the Attorney General on this? Where is his statement on this? He's taken on his department. Will he defend his men and women?
Well, we've heard from David Weiss, the special counsel, and he says, look, it wasn't political. A grand jury returned an indictment, and that's why we proceeded with this.
Steve, he bragged about this in his book. Yes. He writes that he did this.
Right. We all knew that Joe Biden was going to pardon a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter. We knew that. We knew that for over a year. But for KJP looks terrible. And here's the thing. She said she has been emphatic. She's positive. No pardon, no pardon, no pardon. She has told that lie. Maybe she could rationalize it as Joe's lie for years. If she had any standards as soon as she heard the president was going to pardon his son, she should have quit. She could have gone out on a high note. Instead, she is part of his legacy of lies, and it is a terrible stain on the press secretary for the White House, for the United States, for her to be a conduit for so many mistruths.
Okay, if you work for someone and they keep telling you, say this, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to pardon. I'm not going to pardon. You go out there in front of the entire world and you repeat what he told you.
Where is she going to go? That is a very
honest.
dignified
So then when
job.
he says, okay, I'm going to pardon.
Press secretary for the White
KJP
House,
and I were in the room,
for the
I would
United
say,
States, that is a
respectfully,
big
sir,
job.
I
She's
can't
not going
go out
nowhere.
there and say, well, we're blaming it now on politics and blah, 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 because you already put me in a position to say no. I would say he changed his mind. He already lost one son, and now you'd have to be honest. You'd have to say,
tell us not to believe what we're reading. And what the statement says. And the other thing is, Steve, I think you're right. She should have resigned, but she's been lying for 3 years when she said that the president is healthy mentally. Of course. That he's been working 10 hours a day.
He ain't going nowhere, bro.
And we can't keep up with them.
circles
These
around.
no one told her to say that. She is just saying, I'm going to lie every day about what is actually
Joshua,
going on
for
at
sure.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in the Oval Office. And there is nothing. I'm surprised there's no cobwebs because he has not been running the country.
Well, ultimately, Ainsley, it doesn't sound like KJP tried to talk Joe Biden out of the pardon, but there are stories now circulating that it sounds like Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, maybe actually was pushing Joe. Joe apparently didn't know whether or not it was the right thing to do. And it sounds like Jill Biden, who, remember, went to the trial every day in Delaware. It sounds like she was saying, hey, come on.
she said, of course, I support the pardon of my son.
Well, it looks
It
like
was definite in June.
someone is trying to salvage the Democratic Party. I mean, this just makes them look bad. Their entire
Salvage
campaign.
or salvage?
Well, take your pick.
Joe Biden savaged it.
Just take your pick on it. Senator Joe Manchin says they should just pardon Trump. Let's watch it.
We do have a soundbite.
Okay.
Stand by.
We'll
I
work on
want
it.
to add this, too. Okay.
What
let's
I would
listen.
have done differently, my recommendation as a counselor would have been, why don't you go ahead and pardon Donald Trump for all his charges and make it, it'd have gone down a lot more balanced, if you will. I'm just saying, wipe them out.
James Comer says, next, look for his brother. And you have to pardon his brother. His brother's all over this, trading on the family name for 20 years.
I honestly think their superstition that Trump is, they just got it all wrong. There was no plan to go after the Bidens. He's the type of person, just like a UFC fight, once he's beaten you, he's done. He's done. The fight is over, and he moves on. He made it very clear that he wasn't going to go after the Bidens. So this fear that they have, they're kind of telling on themselves. I mean, to retroactively pardon him years later and then to do it right before Burisma, I mean...
In 2014.
Yeah. But it's not just retroactive, it's proactive.
Yes, exactly.
He's pardoning him for stuff that he's been convicted of, but not sentenced. But he is also got the get out of jail free card for anything that happened during that time. And we were talking yesterday with one of the legal experts, and it's like, how long do we wait before he issues a blanket pardon for the entire family? And they said the meter is running because ultimately Joe Biden has that superpower and he can do it. The question is, does he feel there is peril for his family to the point where he's got to do that? His own party is really PO'd at him.
There have been a lot of Democrats that have come out too against this and said he shouldn't have done it. And I like what Representative Greg Stanton, Democrat from Arizona, what he said. He says this wasn't a politically motivated prosecution. Hunter committed felonies and was convicted by a jury of his peers. Because now they're saying he's in this position not because he actually broke the law. He's in this position because I'm the president and this is my son and I put him in this position and he's singled out because of who I am.
All his family members.
International Business Deal said he was linked to.
Straight
he
up.
forgot to continue that sentence, but he was in a rush. The plane was running, Angola was calling, and he had to get out of there. And that's going well, too. He forgot to address.
It's going to do it. You better pardon your family. You better pardon your family, Mr. President. Don't mind them. Do it. Do it. Pardon your son. Pardon your kids. Pardon your
Sanctuary
wife.
cities have had enough.
What is going on in
Residents
Chicago?
are giving their woke mayor, Brandon Johnson, an earful for prioritizing illegal immigrants over struggling Americans while raising their taxes. Some of the folks even rooting for President-elect Trump. Watch this.
Trump, Tom Homan, make an example out this right here first. Please come here first, because you know what? We're going to help you. And you so strong about protecting those aliens, but you won't do nothing for the U.S. citizens.
Mayor Johnson's leadership can be defined by demagoguery, fueled by progressive rhetoric and driven by a divisive agenda that plays to the lowest common denominator.
Here you are with another gritty property tax hike, trying to push the have-nots to house your precious illegal immigrants. You told Trump you ain't gonna blink? Well, we ain't either.
Well, so, Dana, when you look at things like that, you start to think that this sort of new political movement that Donald Trump has put together could possibly be lasting.
Well, we talked about consequences
Yeah.
in the A block. I mean, there are consequences for bad policies and bad playbooks. So it's bizarre to watch. Like, imagine if the
Oh my God. It is getting spicy in Chicago, guys. What?
Bengals rewatched all the tapes from their season and said, "Oh, that wasn't so bad. We'll run the exact same plays next year." Bill Hemmer's going to have a heart attack. You can't do that to him. Just like you can't do this to the people of Chicago. It is so obvious that they're desperate. And there's no time like right now to be willing to change policy. Look at Eric Adams of New York. Now, he asked for a change in the sanctuary policy a couple of years ago, and the city council said, we can't possibly do that, and they just blew him off. Now, the timing is perfect to say, we're going to cooperate with ICE. Who's going to complain? Who is going to complain? And the thing is that if you do care about the lawful immigrant, the one who is here doing the right thing, going through the process, trying to make sure that they stay square with the law, then the best thing you could do is to cooperate with ICE, because there are 1.4 million immigrants who are already designated for deportation because they have committed crimes or they're here illegally, or they were committed crimes in their country of origin. So I think that it's exciting to see people going to a city council meeting saying, we actually are going to stand up for ourselves. But I also say to the mayors, like, why not just be for what's going to happen and do it?
Right. So, Jesse, in New York, one of the problems that Eric Adams has is he says that it's hard to get the city council to go along with some of the stuff. But he's reached out to Tom Homan. He name-checked Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, says Google them and look at what they used to say about criminals and name-check them to say we need to deport illegal aliens who are criminals.
Yeah, he was the deporter in chief. And I'll be using that line on Richard for days. The guy needs help. He also needs a pardon, which is why maybe he's asking Trump to give him a hand here. But it's fine. Give him the pardon. We'll give you ICE. We'll cut a deal. One of the reasons he probably got indicted was because he criticized Joe Biden about the migration crisis. Now, this guy in Chicago is a fool. He has a 14% approval rating.
Right.
If I had a 14% approval rating, I would do the opposite of everything I had done before. Cook County is going to the right, and this idiot is going to the left. I don't understand this guy. Violent crime homicides have been hit decades highs since Biden opened the border in Chicago, and they cooperate with the feds all the time. They have fugitive task forces. They have sex trafficking, guns, gangs. They work with ICE, U.S. Marshals, all these federal agencies, DEA, ATF. All he needs to do is extend a hand and not act like some crazy wacko.
So I haven't checked lately. What is your approval rating right now?
It's in the mid-30s.
So Richard, so double Brandon Johnson.
Yes.
Richard, over the weekend, Chicago PD warned their officers to be careful of these criminal aliens. But then the city itself is saying that they refuse to deport the Tren de Aragua and other criminal gangs. How can you expect not to get punished over that?
Well, listen, I think that folks who are in this country illegally, who are committing crimes, should be removed from this country, period. I do think it's worth pointing out for the sake of history that both Mayor Eric Adams as well as Mayor Brandon Johnson did over and over again lobby the Biden administration to fix the problem on the southern border. There were trips that Brandon Johnson took to the White House saying, listen, if something has to be done. I think we can acknowledge that both things can be true at the same time. I think one can acknowledge that some of the sanctuary city policies that were passed by many of these mayors, the sanctuary city policy in Chicago was passed before Brandon was even the mayor to begin with, and well as the one in New York was passed before Eric Adams was the mayor. Those policies might not have been the best policy. But we also must acknowledge in this moment, that the ideal of busing undocumented, unscreened individuals into the interior of the country wasn't necessarily the best policy, especially given the fact that now Texas is saying, well, we have 14 acres of land and we want them back so we can make some money off of them, which is like the walking hypocrisy in a world in which you bust them to the interior of the country. Now we don't know where they are for many of these individuals. So I think we can acknowledge that two policies might not be the best policies, and that could also be true.
So Judge Richard,
I didn't understand that, but go ahead.
No,
Richard
I can explain it for you.
sanctuary
Again,
cities
if you want.
policies that brought all of these illegal aliens to the country may not have been the best.
Let me tell you something. This is time for the American people to have a come to Jesus moment with these pompous, arrogant, condescending, liberals who want to take our hard-earned tax dollars and give them to illegals and protect them from their criminal status and from jails and from deportation so that they can be considered what? I don't know, a saint? I'm not sure what they're looking for. And this is really why you're losing people like people in the inner city, why you've got Chicago. People in Chicago, they don't want their after-school programs ended and all of these buildings that they use their school programs, after-school programs, so that illegals can live there. What are illegals doing? Okay, we're committing crimes in sanctuary cities. Well, if they are caught, we got to get them a translator. We have to get them a lawyer. We have to spend our law enforcement time. And in New York City, they're telling us that 75% of the crime in New York City and Manhattan is committed by illegals. But they're taking jobs off the books. They're not paying taxes. And there's unfortunately a lot of crime, especially with those who are MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. So people like this mayor in Chicago, he wants $300 million to tax the people of Chicago because of the migrants, all right? And when they went ballistic, he said, well, I'll lower it to $60 million. And then you have fools like Gavin Newsom who says, I want to Trump-proof the state. You idiot. You lost $24 billion.
Somebody has to say it, man. Somebody has to say it. This judge right here, Judge Jeanine. Judge Jeanine is 73 years old. She's 73 years old, guys. Somebody has to say it, man. She's hot for a 73 years old woman. Somebody has to say it.
For the homeless.
Come on, man. I'm 73 years old.
You don't know where that money went.
Judge, what's up? I need your number, Judge.
And now you
Judge,
I think
look at your arms, Judge. You working out, Judge.
$25 million to get lawyers
for
to
73 years old.
protect the illegals who are on a deportation list from being deported. It's time that America said, enough of you. I don't know who you're trying to benefit.
Somebody got to say it, man, for this 73 years old woman. This woman right here. Hey, shout out to Judge, man. Whatever you say, I agree. All right. Chicago is turning red, guys. Chicago is turning red quick.
Chicago residents' outrage over the city's sanctuary policies erupted at a city council meeting yesterday. They gave Mayor Brandon Johnson and Chicago Democrats an earful for prioritizing illegal immigrants over struggling Americans and rooted for, listen to this, President-elect Trump.
So, Brandon, you and all these Democratic mayors out here and governors, y'all talking about crashing out for these illegals, right? You all sit up there and said you will not allow Trump to come in here and get these illegals. Yeah, you can smile. We're in $1 billion deficit. And you spent half of our money, half of that on illegals. Trump, Tom Homan, make an example out this right here first. Please come here first, because you know what? We're going to help you. We want a forensic
Ma'am, I would
audit.
ask that you,
We want a
keep your,
forensic
hold on a
audit.
second, stop her time.
Our mayor is embarrassing us, y'all,
Oh, yeah, damn,
around the world. And you all took the power back from him to say the city of Chicago is out of the business of funding illegals. We are out of the business of prioritizing non-American citizens on top of the American citizens who go out in this cold weather every day to make money to pay their taxes.
You so strong about protecting those aliens, but you won't do nothing for the U.S. citizens.
Here you are with another gritty property tax hike, trying to push the have-nots to house your precious illegal immigrants. You told Trump you ain't gonna blink? Well, we ain't either. You ain't above the law, and where you gonna run to when Trump pulls that Trump card out on you? I will make it my duty to try to get my gun to perform an Operation Great Lord 2.0 in Chicago and lock all of you crooked Democrats and judges up. And it's just like that.
This is the election in a nutshell. I mean, if you could sum it up, you have progressive radicals who say, let's fund illegal immigrants over American citizens like Brandon Johnson. And then you have Trump increasing his numbers double digits among all kinds of demographics. People in MAGA hats saying, we're rejecting this, Brian.
Governor Pritzker, too, said, you come from my people, you got to go through me first. Mayor Brandon, whatever his name
Johnson.
is, Johnson comes out. How do I forget the name Johnson?
That's okay.
Pretty low. But he comes out and says, we have repaired the relationships with our police force.
It's over for
the last
them.
thing we're going to do is reopen those scabs and allow that. What are you talking about? When ICE shows up with a detainer and says he wants that prisoner, you should say, please take the gangster off my hands and his neck tattoo and put him back in Venezuela. This is, I didn't see any of that. I am so encouraged to hear that, because what is in the best interest of the people instead of your backwoods party? The people are saying, you're taking my services, you're overriding my classrooms, you're taking my money, you're ruining my airports, you're taking over my subways, you're taking over my streets. Please tell me, stop helping me. You're not doing anything for me. And this is the minority community who, with President increased in all those areas. I just hope he uses this time to go back to President Trump with his staff that he's building up, to go back to Chicago, back to New York, back to Philadelphia. Says, now that I got some of your votes, I want to find out how else I can help. I saw you on Outnumbered. I want to help you out. How do I do that? How do you convince your politicians to give me the power to let Tom Homan do his job?
Yeah, well, he's doubling down. Harris, listen to Mayor Brandon Johnson on his words for the Trump administration.
Our values will remain strong and firm. We will face likely hurdles in our work over the next 4 years, but we will not be stopped. And we certainly will not go back.
We will not go back.
He said our values will remain
phrase.
strong. They're anti-American values. Like, this is what the people voted for, including people in his own city and state. So if he's saying that our values were, whose values is he talking about?
Yeah.
Which people does he represent? Because it's not the people who voted for Trump. I loved what the previous gentleman said, though, and I'm going to say it the way he said it. You told Trump you ain't going to blink. We ain't going to blink either.
Yeah, I love that.
I mean, that's the thing. Why don't you believe the voters? I really don't get this. But I will say this, there's money in it. There's money in it. And so if they fix all the problems and they make everything go away and they keep those police officers employed and happy and all of that, what will they run on? No one will have a victimhood. No one will have grievance. We'll always have some crime in society. I'm not saying that it'll be completely wiped away. But it doesn't give them the soapbox moment as the left to be able to say, I ran on keeping those people from putting you in chains.
Well, couldn't they say I fixed it?
I believe Joe Biden said when he was running.
Harris, couldn't say you could run on I fixed it? Why doesn't the mayor try to fix it?
Oh, well, he has a plan, Emily. So the $300 million property tax was voted down by the city council. And I was so intrigued by what he said after. Listen to this. Here's his plan. During a news conference after the city council meeting, Johnson said he and the city council will balance the budget, but insists he's talking with state and congressional leaders about progressive revenue. What is progressive revenue? I didn't know revenue had a political ideology. I guess it does for the mayor.
This is a shocking.
This is the deal. When you are in office, when you are elected to, protect the people, to serve the people, you are a public servant. Okay, your job is to serve the people. You should not be arguing with the people. You should not be telling the people what they should want. You should not be telling the people what they deserve. You should be listening to the people and getting information on what your people want you to do. How in the world are these people in charge, in power, and then they are arguing with the people? Okay, you guys are gonna see, y'all gonna know. What are you arguing? You need to be fired. The people voted you in there. You listen to the people and you do what the people want. The people want you to get the city straight. And you're telling the people that we're gonna hold our ideas strong, our perspective strong. What are you doing? What are you doing? You are arguing with your people. You are arguing with the people that elected you. It's over for the Dems. It's over for the Democratic Party. I told y'all in 2028 and 2032, Trump has changed the whole game. It's over.
Lack of understanding of simple math and simple economics. So here's the thing. Chicago has the second highest debt in the entire country, about $43,000 per taxpayer. But here's the thing. When you add in the fact that they are also responsible for Illinois' debt, they become not second to New York City, but they become number one. So Brandon Johnson is sitting there saying that he's talking with progressive leaders about balancing the budget. Yeah. You are so far past that economics. And that is why, to all of those testifying to their points, as they see the police department that has been gutted, as they see them among the highest homicide rates in the nation that are disproportionately killing 18 to 24-year-old black men, and then they're being told, oh, when you move here or when you live here, over 13% of your income alone is going toward our debt. On top of that, you add, this is all per the City Journal, per Truth in Accounting, they are the highest in sales tax in the entire country. Yeah. And they are almost the highest in terms of property taxes and also some of their liabilities. So the irony there is that their residents are suffocating under the most massive debt and most massive liabilities and burdens in the entire country. And yet this person is sitting there saying that he can speak better for them and that he knows what's better for their pocketbook. And by the way, everyone fleeing that city, they are the ones who have the luxury of doing so. It's those disenfranchised, underserved, mostly people of color there that are stuck there and therefore saddle even greater with that burden thanks to Mayor Brandon Johnson.
And despite all of that, let's pull up the amount of money, taxpayer dollars, your dollars, Chicago, that have been spent on illegal immigrants, the migrant crisis. $574.5 million, and then almost $1 billion budget deficit, Kennedy.
Yeah, and that's during an inflationary period. And, the progressive revenue, it's actually a double entendre because these are politically progressive ideas about taxing the rich. And it also means like a progressive tax is the more you make, the higher your tax rate will be, which, again, just invites people who make money to leave the city, because why would you stay there if you're being punished and you have so little return on your investment? You also have a limited pool of resources, and that means that the people who need it, now that they're competing with people from all over the world who need even...
Ladies and gentlemen, look at the Christmas tree at the back. It is almost Christmas time. I know it's hard out here in the United States. Currently, right now, people are working 2-3 jobs, but just know God got you. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Believe in who you are. Believe that God has something prepared for you. It's not easy, man. Like somebody said, I needed a shave. Told them, man, I'm a full-time father. It's hard out here, people. Okay. It's hard. Joe Biden. I blame Joe Biden. Okay. I blame Joe Biden. I blame Joe. Blame Joe, guys. Blame Joe. All right. Still on Chicago, guys.
Let's bring in Chicago resident and radio host P. Ray Easley. She attended yesterday's city council meeting. She once interned as a high school senior for then State Senator Barack Obama and is now a supporter of President-elect Trump and served as a campaign surrogate over the course of the campaign. P. Ray, thank you for joining us today. It's good to have you with us. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you for joining us. So this is Mayor Brandon Johnson on November 12th. So this is shortly after the election. And he was responding to some of the new policies that are the expectation in the incoming Trump administration with regard to deportation. Watch what he said on November 12th.
His threat is not just towards new arrivals and undocumented families. His threats are also against black families. I'm a descendant of slaves. Living through threat is painful. Why would I want anybody else to experience that? Whether you are a new arrival or someone who came up through the Great Migration from the South. We're not going to threaten people. We're going to stand up and fight for people.
P. Ray, what's your response to what the mayor had to say back on the 12th?
I think it's the most disrespectful thing he's ever said out of his mouth. We, the American Negro people, are 100% American. This illegal immigration, whatever they're calling it, it is none of our business. We are as American as sweet potato pie, and we stand with the American president to make our borders secure and make our citizens safe. It's an insult to our ancestors for him to try to use our generational trauma that we're trying to get over in our country. We're not guests here. This is our country. I'm an 8th generation.
Always trying to play the race card. Race card every single time. Race card. And who fixed this lady's audio? This lady, come on, man. Come on, beautiful lady. You need to fix your audio. Stop playing the race card. It's always the race card. Look, I'm tired, bro. It's always the race card because I'm brown skinned, because I'm this identity politics, race politics. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares about your race anymore. Okay, go out there, fight for your opportunity, and get what you want to get out of life. Stop the identity politics. Stop the race politics. Every single time it's about race. It's about 400 years ago. It's about race and race and race. Golly.
Free American. That's not counting before the 1870 census. So when we're talking about how we're going to deal with the illegals, we have zero American Negro political capital to spend on this. This is our country, and we want to make it great as well.
You know, it's fascinating to watch these various speakers at this event. The governor of Illinois, Governor Pritzker, has also said that he will do whatever it takes to protect the new arrivals that are, using up a lot of the services in Illinois right now. Here he is on November 14th. Watch this.
We have a law on the books in the state of Illinois called the Trust Act, which prohibits our local law enforcement and sheriffs and the like from coordinating with the federal authorities. I'm going to do everything that I can to protect our undocumented immigrants. They're residents of our state.
So it's pretty clear that he and the mayor are out of step with the way that you think and the other individuals that we just watched. What's your sense of Illinois and Chicago in general? Do you see a change happening? I mean, Biden obviously still won in the state of Illinois, but what do you see on the ground politically?
Well, yes, President Biden, or Kamala, rather, won.
Excuse me, Kamala Harris.
However, we have increased the voter turnout for the Republican Party, specifically President Trump, astronomically. We made national news here. We don't have money to pay for these illegals anymore. We are out of the business of funding illegals, regardless of what the mayor or the governor is saying. We are looking forward to President Trump and Tom Homan coming here to assist us. And every day we share the number with ICE with each other, which is 866-DHS2-ICE. See something, say something. Send them to the city of Chicago. We're praying for ICE, and we cannot wait to get here. We are going to be lockstep with President Trump in Agenda 47's goal of securing who we are. It doesn't matter that people don't like the president. It doesn't matter that people don't like his tweets or what they call rhetoric. We are fighting for our own survival. Our grandparents came up here as migrants. Not these illegal immigrants. When they came up during the Great Migration, they stood on their feet in American factories to give us the land that we're currently trying to hold on to today. The cousin group tax should not be about property taxes, but they are, because we are being taxed so that the illegals can feast off of our hard work. What did they do to deserve this? Why are they so special that they get to come up to Chicago and just thrive while our people are struggling, going out in cold weather every day to get money to pay their taxes? We're not doing that anymore. And President Trump, please come to Chicago. Please, please, please. We're going to give you a ticker tape parade. We need you right here in our city to reinvigorate us.
P. Ray Easley, thank you very much. I'm going to ask Jason Miller, who works for the president, if he plans on visiting cities like Chicago.
It's getting spicy, guys. Everybody's waking up. Everybody's waking up, especially the brown-skinned people. Look at this beautiful brown-skinned lady. Everybody's waking up. Everybody's waking up, guys. Everybody's waking up. There is no identity politics, no race politics. This beautiful woman is up and she's up. There is no race politics, okay? You cannot base your life on race and identity politics. All of that stuff is over, guys. Okay? Wake up, fight for your dreams. It's hard. Life is hard, guys. Okay? So it's not about a race. Okay? And I shouldn't do that, but I did. But race politics ain't gonna help you. Race politics is not going to love you. It's not going to help you. Okay? Fight for your dreams and read between the lines. Vote for policies. I heard people were saying, I'm voting for Kamala just based on the fact that she's a woman and she's a woman of color. What are we doing?
If Biden actually believed that his son was politicized by the Justice Department's prosecution, then why has he not fired one employee of the Justice Department? Because if he believes that there's corruption, if he believes that they're unfairly targeting individuals, he has the authority to fire those prosecutors, yet he hasn't done that.
Congressman Jason Smith, who led one of the Republican investigations into Hunter Biden, reacting to President Biden's reversal and pardoning his son. Now, Democrats are worrying this move throws open the door for President-elect Trump to issue expansive clemency. Fox News contributor Andy McCarthy is here now. Do you have any concerns, Andy?
Well, I think you're going to see more pardons, but they're going to happen before Trump gets in. The only sense I can make, Sandra, out of the structure of Hunter Biden's pardon is that President Biden has to pardon other people who were involved in what we've called the Biden influence peddling scheme that went on for so many years. Otherwise, the pardon doesn't make sense to me. I can explain why that is, just reading it if you'd like.
Yeah, please do. I mean, the concern obviously is for some what sort of pardons we might see under a Trump presidency, but there's still time left in this presidency, Andy.
Yeah, and usually, Sandra, the scandalous pardons happen when a failed president is on his way out the door. And these pardons happened early because they didn't want Hunter to get sentenced and have the judgment of conviction entered, which is what would have started to happen next week. But let me just explain. This pardon is extraordinary in that it gives him basically 11 years of immunity from everything conceivable in federal law beginning in 2014. It's obviously targeting the years that the Biden Justice Department averted its eyes from, namely 2014 through 2016, when Joe Biden was the Obama administration vice president, and when his influence was at its most valuable for people who might be willing to pay Hunter and others for it. The reason I say that there have to be more pardons is what they're obviously worried about is an investigation by the Trump Justice Department of this scheme. But by giving Hunter this pardon, what you've done is immunized him. He now has no Fifth Amendment privilege, which means if they're really worried about a Trump Justice Department investigation, they could bring Hunter into the grand jury and make him testify about everybody else who was involved in the scheme. So if what you're really worried about, which is what Biden appears to be worried about, is that kind of investigation, which looks into the things, especially 2014 through 2016, that the Biden Justice Department didn't look at, it doesn't make sense to pardon only Hunter. You'd have to pardon everybody.
What, Andy, as we leave you off here, I guess, like, what shocks you the most about all of this? Because there are some, obviously, who will say in reaction to this, well, not shocking, that as the outgoing president would choose to pardon his own son. But what really sort of stands out to you the most as we continue to cover this?
Well, I think the cynicism of Biden is the most shocking thing, because he said again and again and again that he wouldn't pardon Hunter. And I always said that was laughable, Sandra, from the first time that he said it, because if you looked at Hunter's litigation strategy in these cases, it only made sense if he knew he was going to get a pardon. But when I say the cynicism is what backs me up, it goes on to this day. I mean, even after that history of lie after lie, today they come out, or they began to come out on Sunday, saying that Hunter was selectively prosecuted and there was prosecutorial.
Biden just messed up the whole Democratic Party. He has messed up the whole Democratic Party, and this may set the Democratic Party backwards. I think it will for a long time, because now he's pardoning his son. He has to pardon everybody because this guy just lost his Fifth Amendment right. He's about to get too spicy for the Biden family.
Misconduct in connection with his investigation. All of that prosecution was play acting. They tried to get rid of the Hunter case. They tried to make it disappear, and they only prosecuted him because they knew in the end his father would pardon him if all else failed. But as the guest that you played the clip from before said, he hasn't fired anyone if he really believed there was prosecutorial indiscretion here.
Such a great point. We heard that earlier right here on this program. Andy, great to have you on. Thank you.
Yeah, this is way too spicy, man. This is way too spicy. Listen to what an ex FBI agent spoke on. Listen to what an ex agent said about Hunter. Listen to what an ex agent said about Hunter and this whole issue. Yeah, an ex agent spoke on this. Listen.
Welcome back. The fallout from President Biden's pardon of his son Hunter continues this morning as the White House goes on the defense. Watch this.
And he said he wrestled with this, and because he believes in the justice system, but he also believes that the war politics infected the process and led to a miscarriage of justice. This is his words. I'm just repeating what the president said.
The system doesn't get corrupted by politics for people whose name is not Biden.
You're twisting and misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm talking about a particular issue right now. I'm talking about the president's action on his son, pardoning his son, Hunter Biden. And that's what I'm going to stick to, and that's what I'm talking about.
While President Biden just ended any chance of Hunter spending time behind bars, prosecutors still want to move forward with this tax case to prove that Hunter was guilty and that their case against him had nothing to do with politics. Special counsel David Weiss, who led the investigation against Hunter, filed a request to deny his dismissal, writing the government does not challenge that the defendant has been the recipient of an act of mercy. That does not mean the grand jury's decision to charge him was based on a finding of probable cause should be wiped away as if it never occurred. The defendant falsely claimed that the charges were the result of some improper motive or a selective prosecution. There was none and never has been any evidence of vindictive or selective prosecution. Joining me now is former FBI Assistant Director, Agent and Attorney Chris Swecker. Chris, great to have you this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Morning, Maria.
Yeah, I want to get your take on all of this because we've been talking about this very broad situation here and the fact that this exonerates Hunter Biden from everything. It exonerates him from everything from 2014 to today, even crimes he has yet to be charged with. Those charges or those recommendations of charges were coming from the Oversight Committee having to do with money laundering and influence peddling. Your reaction?
Yeah, 10 years of absolution. I mean, it just reinforces the belief by many people in this country that there's a two-tiered system of justice. And in this case, I mean, 10 years for crimes that he hasn't even been indicted for. And let's be clear. I mean, the FBI took a dive on the Hunter Biden investigation. Mid-level executives killed the investigation along with Weiss, the U.S. attorney. They made sure that they didn't interview Hunter Biden and other key important people in the investigation. Dozens of shell corporations, $19 million moving through banks, the international banking system for services, rendered or never rendered or rendered on behalf of people who are actually our enemies, who are bad actors in the international community, intelligence agents looking for influence in the Biden administration, as Biden as vice president. So, this just creates more cynicism on the part of this country, and it reinforces what we all thought.
And look, the fact that they started this exoneration pardon in 2014 is not random, right? I mean, Hunter Biden joined the board of Burisma, the Ukrainian energy company, in 2014. And he went on for years to collect upwards of millions of dollars from Burisma. And, we're wondering if that's why he's putting this pardon, and it's so broad because he's protecting himself. Is this about protecting Joe? Because Hunter might just be the tip of the iceberg for the Biden families. I spoke with Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson yesterday, and he thinks more pardons are coming, particularly for Joe's brother, Jim. Watch this.
Part of it was they didn't want the discovery of Hunter Biden on the stand and being cross-examined. And so I think the other part of the tell will be, does it expand to other members like Jim Biden and Joe Biden himself?
So you think Joe Biden, before he walks out of office, is going to pardon other family members?
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be surprised if he doesn't. And I would assume that he will, just based on the work that the House Oversight Committee's already done. But you never know. I mean, we'll see what it goes. I mean, Joe Biden said he wasn't going to pardon Hunter either. So we'll see where the scope of this goes. But the timing really is interesting.
So, Chris, both Peter Schweitzer, who's done an incredible amount of work on the Biden story, the family business, as well as Miranda Devine, who wrote The Laptop from Hell, they both expect Joe to pardon Jim Biden, his brother, next. Is that about protecting Joe?
There's no question that Joe is a beneficiary of this pardon. I mean, look, I investigated
Jerry says
ran
guilty as
investigations
sin.
for 24 years. I was a prosecutor.
Jerry,
I know
come
a broad criminal conspiracy when I see one. And Biden's operated like a crime family. Lots of money moving through the international system, shell corporations, non-services, and family members were involved. I mean, this literally was the Biden crime family. So, yes, there's a lot to protect here. And I expect to see more pardons. I actually do. I think that the appointment of Kash Patel as head of the FBI and Pam Bondi as the AG has accelerated that, because had they won the election, this all would have gone away completely. It would have been the shiny object of just a gun charge and a tax charge, that would have been the end of it. I don't think Hunter would have gotten any jail time. Now we've got people coming in who are perfectly capable and willing to revisit that whole thing. And maybe the statute of limitations hasn't run on some of it. There's a lot to work with there. So yes, I think I expect to see more pardons, and Joe Biden is a beneficiary of this pardon.
So they got away with it.
They thought.
So you mean to tell me that they said the 45th, who is now the 47th, is the bad guy, and they are actually the bad guys? That's the thing about this world. The people telling you those are the bad guys, go after them. They themselves are the bad people.
They got away with it. They tried to make that plea deal, and that plea deal fell apart because we had an astute judge.
I know, but with this pardon, this is a blanket
I think it remains
pardon.
to be seen.
This is a blanket pardon. He's exonerated from everything for the last 10 years, including any charges that have not been served yet. They got away with it. If there was money laundering, if there was money laundering, like the Oversight Committee continues to say, James Comer continues to say, money laundering, influence peddling, they got away with it with this pardon, correct?
Well, it hasn't been tested in the courts whether you can pardon someone for a crime they haven't been charged with. That came up in the Nixon pardons. The that it never got up to the Supreme Court whether you could pardon someone for an indictment that hasn't been passed by a grand jury. So that's kind of an open question right now, and I can guarantee you the Trump team will test that out.
Let me go back to Kash Patel. You just mentioned the president-elect nominating Kash Patel to be the next FBI director. Of course, he was instrumental with Devin Nunes in exposing the Russia collusion lie. And I spoke with Kash Patel just last week on how Americans can regain trust in these government agencies after all of this weaponization by the Biden and Obama administrations. Watch this.
Exposure of corruption. Put out the documents, put out the evidence. We only have gotten halfway down the Russiagate hole. The people need to know that their FBI is restored by knowing full well what they did to unlawfully surveil them. The people need to know that there has been a de-weaponization, a defanging of the Department of Justice, and their houses of worship will no longer be raided. But they need to be shown the documents that said this was the reasoning they weaponized justice. And that, in my opinion, is how Congress can most importantly secure the trust or resecure the trust of these agencies and departments.
So, Chris, you were there living through it, as we all were, the Russia collusion lie. Jim Comey, Andrew McCabe, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page. Is there criminality there, given that they, knew that there was no collusion with Russia, and yet they still left that question open? They leaked stuff so that people would think Trump colluded. Is there criminality that you believe Pam Bondi and Kash Patel will look at and bring the Russia collusion fraudsters up again?
Well, I don't think there's any question that they're going to look at it. Look, 10 years ago, if you had asked me whether someone like Kash Patel would be needed to reform the FBI, I would have said no. It was a very different agency back then. That was before they used FISA 4 times against a presidential campaign and infiltrated a presidential campaign and entrapped an incoming cabinet member, and on and on and on. As you said, they've lost the trust of the American people. There are a lot of people that joined the FBI like myself to make a difference. There are a lot of good people left in there, but they're going to need to make significant changes, and restore the trust back, and that's going to take a lot of work.
Unbelievable that they used FISA 4 times.
This isn't going to be good for Biden and Hunter. Well, the Biden family. This is definitely not going to be good, because now they've let the people know that they are actually corrupt. I have absolutely no issue with the pardon of his son, because a father has to pardon their child. However, you just set yourself back like 10-20 years, because you said you were not going to pardon your son. You could have just said, you know what, I'll see what happens in the future. But he kept saying, I'm never going to pardon. No, I'll let the DOJ handle business. I'll let the jury handle business. But no, you never let the jury handle business, did you?
Let me bring in Tom Fitton. He is the president of Judicial Watch. Tom Fitton now with me with reaction. Tom, thanks very much for joining the conversation. Give us your reaction to this pardon.
Well, it does complete the arc of corruption in the Biden family, doesn't it? This has been years in the making. President Biden, in his pardon, notes essentially the potential criminal activity goes back at least a decade. What he doesn't note that he's been implicated in a lot of what Hunter has been investigated for. And he talks about selective prosecution in the pardon statement, or the statement attached to the official pardon. And the only selective prosecution was the decision not to select him for prosecution. So this is a scam and a scheme, and he gusses it up in issues of family and addiction. Look, his family was shaking down foreign governments and entities that they were doing business with, and now he thinks, I suspect, he's protected by taking care of Hunter's criminal sentencing or jail sentencing. But I frankly think an honest Justice Department is still going to have to pursue what Joe did.
Well, yeah, we'll see about that, because it's interesting that the pardon goes back to 2014, which, as Cheryl just noted, is the year that he joins the board of Burisma, starts taking down millions of dollars for the, following several years by just being on the board, even though he had absolutely no knowledge of the energy space, and he's on the board of Burisma. And my last guest, Warren Davidson, just said that he thinks that Joe is going to pardon more family members to further complicate and insulate himself from all of this. Is that what you expect, too?
Well, his brother obviously has been implicated. He himself has been implicated. I don't know if he can pardon himself technically. What I think is interesting about this pardon is how broad it is. And typically pardons are for specific offenses. This person's been charged with X or convicted of Y, and they're being pardoned, their sentence is commuted, et cetera. Right. To have this broad pardon is constitutionally suspect. And I'm wondering if there's going to be a challenge to that, because the idea that you pardon folks for crimes known and unknown doesn't comport with our justice system. But of course, it's the Biden way, right? And he's just going to try to power his way through, just as he's done. And I want to know what Garland's going to do about this. Is he going to resign? Because Biden essentially just said that the Justice Department's prosecution of Hunter is corrupted and selective. If Garland has any backbone, he would resign right now.
Well, I spoke with James Comer yesterday. We were talking about this pardon after the news broke. And I said to him, does the Biden pardon exonerate Hunter Biden from money laundering? Because that's the words that the Oversight Committee has used, money laundering and influence peddling. And James Comer said this to me, everything from 2014 to today, even crimes he has yet to be charged with. So this is such a blanket pardon. It just to speak to what you just said, it's a total blanket pardon for potential crimes that could be served in the coming couple of years or in the coming year to everything back to 2014. Tom, and then we asked the question about Donald Trump. I mean, what do you think the average person is thinking right now, given the fact that all of this goes away for Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and yet Donald Trump has been indicted 89 times. And, Fani Willis still won't let go of hers.
Yeah, they've got, an aggressive use of the Justice Department to target pro-life protesters, the January 6th defendants. President Trump has raised that issue. It seems to me if Biden's going to play the game that when the Justice Department prosecutes people that you were friendly with and allied with, you can just presume it was for selective reasons if you're president. And I think that's the conclusion that Trump can fairly draw, because it's actually factual in his case, that the January 6th defendants, obviously there were crimes associated with January 6th, but the whole prosecution was bound up in a political effort to target and smear Trump and his opponents and his supporters. To me, this further indicates that there's going to likely be a mass pardon of January 6ers.
You think we're going to get a mass pardon of January 6th from President Trump?
Oh, I think each and every one of those defendants should be considered for pardon, if not outright pardon, initially when he comes in.
Especially now, after what we're seeing is happening with Hunter Biden. Yeah, Tom, we'll see about that. Thanks very much.
One thing is for sure, it is getting spicy up in there. That's 1,000% sure. Shout out to Life According to Jacob. He says they don't. Okay, wait. You said they watch you. They watch Tucker Carlson and people on X. Shout out to Life According to Jacob, man. I appreciate the love. Why are you guys not watching Fox anymore? Why are you guys not watching CNN? Okay, for the people at the back who want to watch CNN, because I know y'all be capping and saying you don't watch CNN and all that. But shout out to Life According to Jacob, though. He says they watch you and they watch Tucker Carlson and people on X. You see why? I always try to come up on here because I know people actually care. Man, God bless you, Brody. That really means a lot. God bless you.
And I understand you have some new reporting about one of Trump's picks withdrawing his name just now. What's going on?
Yeah, that's right. This is actually one of his lesser-known picks, a guy by the name of Chad Chronister. He was a sheriff, or is the sheriff, in Hillsborough County, Florida, and he was tapped by Donald Trump to lead the Drug Enforcement Administration. He just withdrew his name in a statement that he posted on X. I'm going to read it to you. He said, "Over the past several days, as the gravity of this very important responsibility set in, I've concluded that I must respectfully withdraw from consideration. There is more work to be done for the citizens of Hillsborough County and a lot of initiatives that I am committed to fulfilling. I sincerely appreciate the nomination, outpouring of support by the American people, and look forward to continuing my service as sheriff of Hillsborough County." Now, one of the things to keep in mind here is that while there was a lot of applause for this sheriff, there was also a lot of backlash, particularly in the MAGA wings of the Republican Party. They pointed out the fact that that the sheriff had arrested a pastor in 2020 for violating COVID protocols, something that clearly upset people around Trump. He also pointed out past comments he made where he seemed to indicate there was no place for people who didn't support Trump in the Republican Party, also indicating that he was apolitical in some ways. One of the things we know, Wolf, is that Donald Trump is trying to stack his cabinet, trying to stack his administration with loyalists. He was continually pointed to various aspects of this sheriff's life that indicated that he might not be a loyalist. So that could potentially be part of the reason he withdrew. He doesn't cite that here, but we do know now he has taken his name out of consideration.
Kristen, we've also learned that the transition.
One thing is for sure, no matter who he nominates, these people will never give them easy time. They're going to make it hard because that's what they do. Nobody likes this guy, but he gets the job done, okay? He's like that uncle that you don't want to see, but he gets the family, he gets everybody going. He puts everybody in line. He checks everybody up and say, yo, you better do your job, okay? Because if you don't do your job, everybody has to get in line. Fall in line, okay?
Transition team, the Trump transition team, is taking a pretty significant step, in my opinion, very significant step, in regards to vetting the president-elect's picks. Tell us about that.
Yeah, and this is coming, as you just heard Manu on the Hill, hearing from various senators who wish there was more vetting of these candidates, particularly when it comes to Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth. So what we know now is that the campaign, or the transition, has signed a memo of understanding with the Department of Justice to initiate the transition process. But one of the most important parts of this memo of understanding is that it allows for the team to submit names to the FBI for background checks, meaning they would get these official checks. And just really quickly, one of the things that we had reported with our justice team earlier this year was that they were foregoing this FBI vetting and going with private investigators instead. It appears now they're going to take a different path. Wolf?
Very significant development indeed. Kristen Holmes, thank you. Manu Raju, thanks to you as well. Let's bring in our political experts for some serious analysis right now. And Jasmine Wright, Lindsey Graham, a key Trump ally, as all of us know. What is his decision to call the allegations against Pete Hegseth disturbing signal to you?
Yeah, well, I think if I was a Republican, it would be kind of concerning to me because Lindsey Graham is somebody who, yes, is a key Trump ally, but he's also a pretty frank senator with reporters. He says things how he feels. So if he's saying that publicly, I think you have to question what he and other senators are back channeling to the Trump transition privately, what their feelings are about the Secretary of Defense. My outlet Notice has been on the Hill the last 2 days asking senators about all of these people that they would have to confirm. And it's really clear that the conversations and concerns around Pete Hegseth are very different than some of the other nominees. And so, of course, now these background checks are going to go, something that I think gave senators a lot of concern, that these background checks are going to go forward. Of course, they're going to get more information, but certainly these drip leaks about allegations from drinking to sexual assault to other issues does not forebode well for the nominee.
You think, Lauren Tomlinson, you think that these comments from Lindsey Graham are going to necessarily open the door for other, not just Democrats, but Republicans to question Pete Hegseth's confirmation?
No, I don't think so. I think, like you said, Lindsey Graham is pretty blunt when it comes to speaking with reporters, particularly about national security issues, which is a good thing. But you've also seen an outpouring of support among Republican senators with some that he's met. Tommy Tuberville, for example. I really pay attention to Roger Wicker and what he is saying about the nominee since he's the incoming Senate Armed Services chair. I think there's a mixed bag here. I think, like you said, the FBI checks are going to be a game changer for this because right now these allegations are through the media. Mm-hmm. And they're saying the Trump team is saying that this is a disgruntled employee. It's a single source, that
everybody loved Pete Hegseth before all of this happened. Now he's being nominated. Nobody likes him anymore. It's the same thing for every nomination he makes. Okay, so now Pete Hegseth was what? American hunky guy. Now everybody hates him because he has been nominated to head Pentagon. Okay, what is this about? Okay, what is this about? He nominates someone, everybody go finds big dirt on this person. Why?
This might not be as important or as credible as the New Yorker is making it out to be. But that's where the FBI checks come in, because particularly when it comes to drinking, with Matt Gaetz, the drug use was concerning. These issues are going to be something that need to be thoroughly looked into, because that determines whether you get a security clearance. And obviously you need to be able to deal with classified information if you're the Secretary of Defense.
Ashley, it's interesting because the incoming chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, powerful committee, especially dealing with a potential nominee to become the Secretary of Defense, says he expects to see a whistleblower report outlining allegations of misconduct during Hegseth's time running a veterans group. How tough will this confirmation process wind up being?
Well, I mean, for me, it's welcome to Donald Trump's America, where you have someone who was fired by a veterans organization for financial misconduct, as well as for being a drunk, whose mother actually said he's an abuser of women, and who's actually not qualified for this position, could run the most powerful military in the world. That should not only concern, the senators, and the incoming chairman, but it should concern all of us. And here's the other way I look at this. Can you imagine if this were a Democrat, how outraged Lindsey Graham would be? I mean, he'd be losing it, all over the place. I mean, and these were people who said that Kamala Harris, who's the sitting vice president, was not qualified to be the president. Not only isn't it
that Republican Senator John Kennedy called the email from Hegseth's mother, an email obtained by the New York Times, as we all know, the most serious allegation against him. I want to read part of that email, and here's a quote. "I have no respect for any man that belittles, lies, cheats, sleeps around, and uses women for his own power and ego. You are that man and have been for years. And as your mother, it pains me and embarrasses me to say that, but it is the sad, sad truth." You think he can overcome a damning email like that from his mom?
Well, his mom did also come out in that same article and say that she regretted it, and she, was at the heat of the moment or whatever, basically saying that she no longer believed that. But certainly that's something that the senators are going to have to look at, and that's certainly something that the American public is going to be influenced by too, if he were to be confirmed and run that department.
Okay, now they got his mom. Yeah, when the mother's getting, yeah, that's a problem. Okay, here we go. They got his mom. They got his mom. It's over. They got his mom.
I think that there are going to be a lot of things that come out in the wash, not just for him, but for certainly all of these nominees, particularly because the vetting was done by private companies initially, and now it will go to the FBI. And so this is just going to be one of the things certainly that he has to overcome. But they're going to be looking into those allegations that just continue to kind of pour out from these different media companies, that one included.
And we'll see what emerges from the upcoming FBI background check, which could be very significant as well. What do you think?
I think that the senators have laid the groundwork, that they're going to ask these questions and make sure that there's sufficient answers there. But the Trump team is framing this as corporate media going after him, the defense industrial base being scared that he's going to come in and shake things up. So you already have this messaging that's coming out that this is an attack and that we shouldn't believe any of these things. And like you said, a lot of these attacks have also been, it's one whistleblower that has been discredited. The mother retracted the statements. It was in the heat of the moment. She sent an apology. So I think that the confirmation hearings are going to be very important to watch. And like they said, very important.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Wolf, at the end of the day, this really continues to lower the bar. And this is what we should come to expect from Donald Trump, who himself is a convicted felon, who's standing trial, who's, accused of, we saw with our own eyes, initiate an entire insurrection against our government. So it's like, what do we come to expect from this incoming president? And I think that's the unfortunate part, is the bar continues to be lowered and lowered and lowered.
I don't think so. I think that it's just that it's different. And I think that there is a lot of attacks right now because he's sitting out here for multiple weeks, and people are going to just continue to lobby attacks against him and see what sticks.
I mean, from his own mother. His mother said he has a history.
She also said
he has a history.
She said that she regretted the statements, and I'm not going to get into family fights. I mean, we know how those go.
I do know that if he still is the nominee, these Senate confirmation hearings for him are going to be very, very lively.
How can you even trust these guys? These were the same people that said Uncle Joe was definitely ready for round 2. There is no way you can trust these people. Especially that lady right there. There is absolutely no way. Come on. Now they're about to bring this guy down.
Stunning developments in South Korea, a vibrant democracy and critical U.S. ally thrown into chaos today after that nation's embattled president Yoon Suk-yeol declared martial law. In a late-night address, cheers erupted in Seoul just over an hour ago after he came.
I mean, how did this even happen in South Korea? What is going on? 47th is about to resume next month. All this is going on. No breaks. No breaks, people.
To pressure from within his own party and lifted the martial law decree. Martial law in South Korea means all political activities and protests are immediately outlawed. It also means the banning of, quote, fake news and, quote, manipulating public opinion. In the surprise speech, conservative President Yoon accused the liberal opposition party of trying to, quote, overthrow the free democracy. And he suggested his rivals are aligned with North Korean communists. Right after Yoon's address, crowds swelled outside the parliament in Seoul. Security forces broke windows to enter the parliament as lawmakers rushed to get inside and strike down that decree, one that has not been instituted in 40 years. Now the White House, President Biden, on edge, caught by surprise by what's going on in this key ally. The United States' biggest international military base, with more than 40,000 Americans, is located in South Korea, of course, and that serves as a critical deterrent to the rogue regime of North Korea. Let's go right to CNN's Mike Valerio in Seoul. Mike, now that the order's been lifted, what happens?
Well, we're waiting to hear from President Yoon Suk-yeol, a conservative politician known in South Korea for years, a strong prosecutor who takes a hard line against North Korea. We're waiting to see what he says to the country, Jake, why he took us down this road, and what he can say to justify why he instituted martial law for the first time since 1980. Now, to set the scene, the tableau, we're just a couple yards away from the National Assembly, the heart of government here in Seoul, where most of this saga went down after the president's announcement. Over my right-hand shoulder, we have a banner that says, "Now impeach Yoon Suk-yeol."
Oh, my mic was off, guys. Why do I keep doing that? My mic was off. Okay.
Fox News contributor Liz Peek. You know it's just hogwash fear-mongering when they mention beer and tequila.
It does sort of get your attention, though, doesn't it?
It's just, again, I just go back to the chicken tax. It is a tariff
That's right.
that has been on the import of light trucks and SUVs since the mid-'60s. Nobody says boo about them. They've been in place since then and saved the U.S. automobile industry.
Well, look, this is part of a bigger effort to basically make people really concerned and anxious about the Trump economy. What effect does that have? It drives down sentiment. People should know that consumer and business sentiment during the Trump era was persistently like 50% higher than it has been under Joe Biden. The tariffs are part of the new agenda. There's no question about it. And people are concerned that just going to raise prices. The point is, it's supposed to impact behavior. So if it does get the job done in terms of securing the border or moving on tariffs that other countries are putting on our products, for example, one of the things that I know drives Donald Trump crazy is that the EU charges our cars 10% going into their countries, and we only charge 2.5%. So some of it is rebalancing trade, which he did in the first time around. Let's remember also that we didn't have inflation during the first 4 years, and you saw a very big change in the amount of sourcing from China from 2018 to 2021. It went down substantially. So they had the desired impact, which is what I started talking about, but also did not raise prices. Why? Because, as Wilbur Ross says, one of the reasons we went after China with tariffs is because they unfairly subsidized their manufacturers. So China ate some of the tariffs. It wasn't passed on to the American consumer. The Chinese government basically absorbed some of that hit. Now, will that happen with Mexico? No, it's a different setup. What we're hoping for with Mexico, obviously, is not just resetting trade, but securing the border.
Well, the brilliance, I think, of Donald Trump is he's always negotiating. He's using the tariffs as a way to even the playing field and say, you're not going to run over the United States anymore. But I want to transition here and talk a little bit about what's going on in New York City, because this story about the New York City Mayor, Eric Adams, he can't deny the truth in Vivek Ramaswamy's pointed criticism after blowing the lid on the city of New York, paying Pakistan $220 million to house some migrants.
Yeah, and let's remember,
I think he was right in his tweet. It breaks my heart that we're spending this much money following the law, where New York City requires us to do.
I mean, Liz, that's a crazy amount of money.
Look, this is, again, part of a bigger story. New York is broke. We can't afford the tens of thousands of migrants. And this is just one instance of how tons of taxpayer money are going the wrong direction. Pakistan is not a...
How is that even valid? For you to pay that much to house people that you don't even know? What? Come on, man.
Friend of this country. This is an absurd situation, but we needed 1,200 rooms in this hotel to house migrants. So something has to change. The good news for New Yorkers, Eric Adams gets it. I think he wants to change the sanctuary city. If it were left up to him, he would do this, and taxpayers would be happy with that. Other cities, man, Denver, San Francisco, and others, they are deep into this, and everybody's budget is suffering.
Boston.
Mayor Eric Adams said, I'm willing to meet with Tom Homan.
Yeah, he's up for that.
He's like, people who are illegal migrants, who are criminals, get them out of here.
Eric Adams may be running for governor of New York after this whole thing. Definitely. Or he may be converting to being a Republican, because now he has been indicted by the Democratic Party. He's not going home no more. He's in the Democratic Party right now, right? Everybody knows that. But he has been indicted by the Department of Justice. Okay, so, and the DOJ is Biden speak. He's not going to stay in the Democratic Party with all of this turmoil going on. He has to do something dramatic like Tulsi Gabbard or RFK.
Yeah. So keep the hotel open, because, again, you just go in and just arrest people and take them to the airport.
But by the way, all of this is terrible because you're raising the price of hotel rooms because there are fewer available now for tourists, which is a big, big stream of income for New York. We can't afford to have all these hotels housing migrants at what, even though it's $220 million, is not great, is taking hotel rooms off the market. We want tourists.
And
we don't want migrants.
Crime
illegally.
is up in Midtown. It's way up.
It's disaster.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank
Liz Pate,
you.
great to
Trump tax cuts 2.0 can't wait, and that's the subject of the riff. During the Trump years of his first presidential term, real
So one thing is for sure, all these leaders that are telling the voters what they want, it's the other way around. The voters has to tell you what they want. Like, why would you be telling the people what you want? There is more people than you. Like, you are the leaders. You're like, what, a bunch of people compared to a vast majority of voters that voted for you. So this is why people are turning to the Republican Party. And this is sad, okay? Because everybody will be like, well, I don't know why. This is why. Because you want to tell people how to feel, what to say, and this is the most disgusting part. Race politics. Identity politics and race. Well, if you're brown skin, you should be voting Democrat. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares. Everybody cares about their bills, okay? The bills come every 30 days. Matter of fact, every 15 days for some situations, okay? So I don't care about your beliefs, your ideologies. The bills comes every 30 days. People work hard, 2-3 jobs to pay bills, okay? People work overnight. People get small amount of sleep just because they're trying to pay bills. And you think they're going to care about identity politics? Gone are the days, people. Gone are the days. Nobody cares about all of that stuff. Your emotions and your feelings do not pay the bills. Okay? Your feelings, oh, I don't feel like, who cares? Go back to your mother's basement. Nobody cares, okay? Bye.
Average weekly wages, aka take-home pay, rose over 9%. During the Biden years, take-home pay plunged 3.6% for his entire term, at least up until the latest data. One more stat, just one. Median household income during the Trump years rose $7,700. That's pre-COVID, adjusted for inflation. During Mr. Biden's term, median income rose only $1,000. Now, those two numbers, take-home pay and median income, have a lot to do with Mr. Trump's landslide election victory. These were the kitchen table issues for Mr. Trump's working-class majority that spanned all races, cut so heavily into the Democrats' former coalition. The economy ranked first in every poll. Now, when working folks are losing money and they can't afford gasoline or groceries or electricities or new cars or new homes, color plays no role. It's about the economy. And more than enough people remember how good they had it during the Trump years and how poorly they had it during the Biden-Harris years. Here's my point. The sooner President-elect Trump can restore the blue-collar boom, the stronger his political position will be in Congress and all across the country. And that's why I'm concerned that the new administration may not start their legislative agenda with tax cuts. We are hearing that there will be 2 reconciliation bills, the first tackling energy, defense, and the border. The second would reauthorize expiring tax cuts later in the year. I don't think tax cuts should wait, just as I don't think Mr. Trump's working-class coalition thinks tax cuts should wait. They want better take-home pay and lower inflation. Now, I'm all in favor of whatever it takes to produce 3 million more barrels of oil a day and bring down gasoline to $2 a gallon. I'm totally in favor of building the wall in order to close the border. And if we're going to shift from Biden's appeasement to a Trumpian policy of peace through strength, we're going to need a stronger and more efficient Pentagon. But leaving tax cuts in the dust for some later date did not strike me as a good idea in economic or political terms. I mean, look, why not one large-scale reconciliation bill, which until recently was being promoted by House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and others. By the way, that bill would only require a majority of 51 votes. Now, why not push the boundaries of fiscal policy to include all of the previously discussed issues? Remember Treasury Secretary-designate Scott Bessent's 3-3-3 formula. It's very, very good. 3% or better growth, reduce the deficit to 3% or less of GDP, and add 3 million more barrels a day. All good. Smart guy. Tax cuts will help enormously to get us above 3% growth and reignite the blue-collar boom And people should be listening to Senator Mike Crapo, who's expected to lead the Senate Finance Committee next year, who said the cost of legislation should be measured against current policy, which assumed the popular Trump tax cuts will be extended forever. Mike Crapo has noted on this show that in terms of the scoring protocols by the Congressional Budget Office, if you let spending go on forever, thereby increasing every year, right?
Somebody said, why is
scores
McDonald's
that
so
as a higher
expensive?
deficit. But for some reason, if you let tax cuts go on forever, they want to score that as a huge deficit
Why even is
increaser.
McDonald's so expensive?
Maybe
bro?
with a static scorecard, a tax hike of
Cheeseburger for
$4
3 people
trillion.
at the fast food chain
That is
shouldn't
nonsense.
cost $60.
If spending is current policy, tax
Keenan,
cuts
what do you
should
mean
be
cheeseburgers for
current
3 people
policy
is now
as well.
$60, bro?
Here's what Senator Crapo
Where are you?
told me a couple weeks ago.
Kingdom
right
of
here on
God.
this show. Take a listen.
Where do you leave, bro?
And let me tell you another interesting thing, Larry.
McKinnon, where do
Under
you
the
leave,
spending
bro? Come
protocols
on,
that we
$60
use
for 3 cheeseburgers.
and the scoring protocols, extending current spending does not score as a deficit.
Oh.
But extending current tax increases scores as a deficit.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
That's
And we need to
unbelievable.
let the
Yeah, one very smart fellow. By the way, those same tax cuts from Trump 1.0 have yielded an enormous revenue windfall. Economist Larry Lindsey, in a report last summer, he noted that the corporate income tax alone has produced better than 30% higher revenues than originally predicted by CBO back in 2016, the year before the Trump.
You heard what he said, extending tax cuts. Extending the tax cut. That is very needed right there. Extending tax cuts. Okay. And most people will say, well, he's only cutting tax for billionaires and millionaires. Of course, you don't file your taxes, do you? And you don't check the numbers. It's run your mouth because you don't check the numbers. Check the numbers, guys.
Tax cuts were passed. And the top 1% of taxpayers continue to pay more and more of the total share, now coming to nearly 46%, which, by the way, is a good reason to cut those individual tax rates as much as possible. Then the importance of the 1099 small business tax deduction. And remember, small business folks with their LLCs, they pay the individual income tax. And Steve Forbes is right. Reducing the capital gains tax will not only power economic investment and productivity and growth, it will also generate a massive revenue windfall, just as it has in the past. The sooner Trump 2.0 tax cuts can get moving in Congress, the happier those working-class Trump voters are going to be. And the faster the blue-collar boom will reignite. And that is...
We need a break, okay? Everybody needs a break. People have been breaking their back.
Of the House Ways
I
and Means
definitely
Committee,
need a break.
Missouri Congressman
Everybody's breaking their
Jason
back, okay?
Smith, Congressman.
People need a
always
break
pleasure
from all
to
this
see you.
hardship.
Do you think
Need a
that
break.
Joe Biden
Okay.
keeps this going and pardons
People need a
additional
break.
people,
The people
say
deserve a
his
break.
brother Jim Biden, anybody else who might be
Bring down all
implicated
dispersions.
in the Biden
Increase the
family
income.
scheme,
Bring
for
down the
lack of a better
taxes.
phrase?
Matter of fact,
Why wouldn't
send money
he?
to everybody.
He
Because
has been very
people need
consistent
a break from
about
this last
taking
4
care of the
years.
family business. He took care of his son. Why won't he take care of his brother? What we have discovered with the IRS whistleblowers when they came forward to the Ways and Means Committee has been astonishing, and it is quite disturbing that President Biden, who said in June that he would not pardon his son, and then he did it last night. And you know what's even worse? The fact that in the pardon, it is the most broad pardon since Watergate. That is what's really disturbing. He's even pardoning for years of 2014 and 15, which is when Hunter Biden got on Burisma, which is when the statute of limitations expired under the Biden Justice Department of the most egregious crimes.
Congressman, is the broadness of it what tells you that this pardon was as much potentially about Joe Biden as it is about Hunter Biden?
It's about both, without a doubt. There's no question that Joe Biden was involved in the Biden family scheme where they were selling his brand all over the world for millions of dollars. We saw numerous documents that was provided by the IRS whistleblower that prove that. We saw millions of dollars going into multiple different LLCs, passing money through one entity to another, that ultimately money did go to Joe Biden. He said they were loans that he was paying back, but there was no documentations of any loans.
Congressman, does Joe Biden need to pardon himself, given what you've seen? Now, that would be an overt admission of guilt, but again, does it end with pardons of Hunter and perhaps his brother, or is it possible that the President of the United States has to pardon himself?
I wouldn't be surprised that if he tried to pardon himself. I would say that he was very concerned with those early years, 2014, 15, 16, and 17. We also saw on video where Vice President Biden said that he would withhold $1 billion until the Ukrainians got rid of the prosecutor that was prosecuting the company that his son Hunter served on the board and was receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars from, Burisma. I think that all of this just is not smelling very well.
I want to ask you about the GOP's 100-day agenda. You're the tax guy. Tax cuts are going to be top of that 100-day agenda. Now, you're already seeing the pushback from the left on this one. It's all about fair share. If the tax cuts get extended, then the rich won't pay their fair share. But, of course, when you look at the data, Congressman, what you find, in fact, is the rich pay way more than their fair share when it comes to income tax. But that's the fight you're going to have. How do you line up for this fight? How do you win this fight for Trump?
I'll tell you right now, we win this by delivering for working class Americans, small businesses, and family farmers. If Congress does nothing, every single American will face a tax increase by the end of the year. Every individual rate will go up. The child tax credit,
true right
which
there.
is something that helps a lot of working families, will be
40.4%.
slashed
Look
in
at that
half.
number.
It will go from $2,000
That is
to
absolutely
$1,000.
true.
The standard deduction,
But
which
the brainwashing
91%
is like
of Americans use to file their taxes,
out of this
that
world.
gets slashed in half. These are tax cuts for real working Americans, and I would hope to think that the Democrats would not want those taxes to increase on working class Americans, small businesses, and farmers.
Well, I'm going to hold your feet to some fire. So let's take a look at these numbers that Brian was just talking about. The top 1% pay more than 40% of the taxes. That is about 2 times more in taxes than their share of income. 40.4%. The bottom 50% of taxpayers only pay 3% of taxes, and that does not actually, it overstates the actual income tax burden. And the Wall Street Journal wrote about this, Congressman, because refundable credits paid by those with no tax liability are treated as spending and are not reflected in this IRS data that we're showing. So let's talk about fair share and broadening the base in tax lingo and making the bottom 50% of individuals actually pay in more. Is that ever a possibility in what you'll be working on?
You know, it's interesting. You hear the Democrats all the time to say that the billionaires and the millionaires need to pay their fair share. What is the fair share? We've been trying to find this out for years. They've not been able to tell us what their fair share is. Do you know if you take every dollar from every billionaire in the United States, it could not even fund government for 8 months? Couldn't fund government for 8 months. That tells you that we don't have a revenue problem in our country. We have a spending problem. That's truly what it is. But broadening the base is something that I think that the majority of Americans would want. You would want to broaden the base so everyone has a share in it and share in the game, because we like our roads, we like our bridges, we like our education, we like our military. It has to be funded.
Well, I tell you, I mean, you talk about lies in this last administration of course, we're talking about pardons today, but nobody's going to pay higher taxes under $400,000 over the past 4 years has been one of the greatest economic lies perpetrated in America. And you look at the tax code, this isn't just about lower taxes, it's about an economy that doesn't tax people in hidden ways like inflation as well, Congressman. It's about spending and it's about taxes. All of that has to be part of the 100-day plan. Your last thought on this?
I'll tell you, the people who have struggled the most over the last 4 years are people who are making less than $400,000 a year because they saw an inflation tax of 20.5% hit them. And that has made it more difficult for them to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. And it was because of the one Democrat party spending spree of $10 trillion they did in the first 2 years of President Biden's administration.
Congressman, thank you so much. Congressman Jason.
Everybody's waking up. Everybody's getting smarter. Everybody's seeing and reading between the lines. So there you have it. We are on the verge of the end. Here we go.
Our K-File is uncovering more questionable comments from Hegseth when it comes to the military, including his support for using the United States military against American protesters and for waterboarding, which is now forbidden under both American and international law. He also called Trump, quote, all bluster, very little substance. Now, we have full coverage of this breaking news that is developing by the minute, as these things do, especially when you start to see one domino. The question is, will you see more? Manu Raju is out front on Capitol Hill. Kristen Holmes is in West Palm Beach. And the K-File's Andrew Kaczynski is here with me in New York. I want to begin with you, Manu, out front on Capitol Hill. Of course, as I said, sometimes when you get one domino, it's just whether it pushes over and then all of a sudden something in jeopardy becomes dead. What are you learning from Republican senators tonight?
Yeah, Republicans are indicating that Hegseth has an uphill battle for.
So what, they're going to deny Hegseth too? You think they're going to deny Hegseth? I don't think Hegseth is going to be denied because, I mean, Gates already dropped out. If Hegseth drops out, then who next? Who is next? Tulsi Gabbard? RFK? Like, who is going to... Nobody's going to get confirmed. Somebody has to get confirmed because nobody has been confirmed yet.
For confirmation, there are a number of Republican senators who are uncertain. And remember, in order to get confirmed, assuming all Democrats will vote against him in the new Senate, Hegseth cannot lose more than 3 Republican votes on any party line vote. And right now, Aaron, there are more than 3 Republican senators who have concerns. Pete Hegseth now facing a tough road to become the next Secretary of Defense.
Some of these articles are very disturbing.
The former Fox News host and military veteran has tried to weather a series of damaging stories about his personal conduct, including allegations of sexual assault.
Are you concerned?
Of course, it's concerning, but I look forward to visiting with Pete about it and seeing. I'm interested in who Pete Hegseth is today and who he is going forward.
We'll be asking questions, but look, the president always gets the benefit of the doubt on his nominees.
But there's little margin for error since
Did he just say he always get the benefit of the doubt on his nominees?
Could derail the nomination,
Cat,
with all Democrats in the 53-47 GOP Senate likely to oppose him.
This nomination is doomed.
Several GOP senators are undecided, including Joni Ernst, a survivor of sexual assault who has spoken out against such crimes in the military and told CNN today she planned to have a, quote, frank and thorough conversation with Hegseth later this week. All amid key demands amid undecided senators for more information about Hegseth's past.
What's your level of concern about him right now?
As I've repeatedly said to you, I believe that we need an FBI background check to evaluate the allegations.
Hegseth has faced a series of damaging stories, including about a 2017 incident when a woman alleged he sexually assaulted her in a California hotel room. But no charges were filed, as Hegseth entered into a financial settlement with the accuser and later contended their interaction was consensual.
The matter was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
This week, The New Yorker reporting that Hegseth was forced out of running 2 veterans groups over, quote, serious allegations of financial mismanagement, sexual impropriety, and personal misconduct, including allegedly being intoxicated on the job. A Hegseth advisor called them outlandish claims from a petty and jealous former associate. Mr. Hegseth, can you respond to these allegations in the New Yorker article? The last time the Senate voted down a cabinet nominee was in 1989. That's when George Bush's pick of John Tower to serve as defense secretary was defeated amid allegations of womanizing and drunkenness.
Hegseth has faced similar allegations. Have the standards now just changed?
Well, I don't think there's much question that the tolerance for certain things has changed. But I would say, Manu, in many respects, grace abounds all the more, and I think that's not such a bad thing.
And now, as part of that New Yorker investigation, it detailed a whistleblower report outlining allegations of misconduct against people.
Somebody said, who hasn't been drunk on the job? Look, everybody has their own opinions when it comes to conversations like this. However, this guy is going to be heading the Pentagon. Okay, this isn't like you're working at a tech company or some food chain restaurant or whatever. This is like protecting something that pertains to the security of the United States, which is national security. So, of course, it needs to be vetted. It needs to be investigated. However, it's like, are you gonna get one of these nominations of this guy through? Like, are you gonna get it through or not? Or is he gonna keep changing his nomination every single time?
Pete Hegseth. I just caught up with the chairman, the incoming Republican chairman
Tracy
of the Senate
Sessions
Armed
never
Services
been
Committee,
drunk on the
Roger
job.
Wicker. I asked him, Aaron, if he wants to see that report, and he told me, I'm sure I will see it. Aaron.
And that's going to be very important, right? I mean, there's so many layers to the questions that they have. This is not just about one incident of alleged sexual assault, mismanagement, other issues as well. I want to go to Kristen Holmes live from West Palm Beach, Florida, because Kristen, when it comes to the issues that Hegseth is facing to confirmation, there are many layers to this. Is Trump's team still confident Hegseth can survive this?
Well, Aaron, it depends on who you talk to. There are some people, particularly in public, who are saying that they are completely confident. But if you talk to a number of people in private, they don't have that same level of defiance when it comes to Hegseth getting confirmed. One thing to keep in mind here is what exactly happened when Matt Gaetz withdrew his name. That came from Donald Trump. Donald Trump was making personal calls to senators. He was listening to what senators were saying. And in the end, Gaetz just had a math problem that they didn't believe they were going to get over. And I was told by a source close to Donald Trump that he was warned consistently, Trump, that he was going to essentially expend all of his political capital on getting Gaetz confirmed. We are now in a similar situation. Yesterday on the Hill, Hegseth met with roughly a dozen various lawmakers. They came out of it. Nobody had a real bad word to say. Many of them saying they didn't even bring up the allegations. Today, a very different story. And Trump transition team is watching all of this very closely, wondering if Hegseth has the math. Now, the other part of this that has been unfolding behind the scenes is this concern from Hegseth allies, in particular in Trump world, about these drinking allegations, particularly given the fact that Donald Trump himself has spoken out against how he doesn't like people who get too drunk. He has a complicated relationship with alcohol. He doesn't drink, but his brother was an alcoholic, and he doesn't like it when people around him or people...
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. He has a problem with alcoholics because his brother died and he was an alcoholic. And he always said his brother was a very bright person and he had a bright future. However, alcohol messed his future up. So, yeah, he had reservations when it comes to alcohol. Yeah, definitely. So, Hegseth better be a stand-up dude, but it is what it is. Everybody makes mistakes. However, if you're going to be running the Pentagon, bro, you better get your act right.
In public, get too drunk. These kind of allegations are something that bother the people close to Donald Trump who know this about Trump. So the two parts that they're watching here are, one, Trump's reaction to this, and two...
Shout out to Zyro. Zyro Guardian says, thank you for your message this morning, brother. I appreciate you, Zyro. It is what it is. God bless you, my brother.
Trump's reaction to the senators' reactions to meeting with Hegseth.
All right, Kristen, stay with us. I want to now get to K-File with a new investigation here this hour that could be very relevant for Pete Hegseth's support not just from senators, but also from Trump himself, so crucially, as Kristen is referring to. K-File is uncovering some extreme points of view from
Mr.
Pete
McKinnon
Hegseth
said,
and some
man, I
very
would
harsh
show up at
criticism
work still
for
drunk from the
Trump
last
himself
night.
personally. Andrew Kaczynski joins me now. So, Andrew, let's start with some of the opinions that Hegseth has expressed that you have unearthed, especially in the context of what we're looking at tonight, right? A nomination in jeopardy. In particular, how he thinks the government should deal with rioters in the United States. What did you find?
Yeah, so as riots and protests were breaking out across the American cities in the summer of 2020, Hegseth, who was then a host of Fox and Friends, the morning show on Fox News, came down on the side of using the U.S. military to possibly quell some of that unrest. He cited a couple of examples in particular that we found, one of which was that autonomous zone that got set up in Seattle. The other was sending the National Guard to D.C. And this is something that I think we should know that did according to some polls, actually have majority support, sending the U.S. military to break up riots, not protesters, but riots. That is something that wasn't necessarily, it was controversial, but not necessarily out of step with public opinion. Take a listen to some of his comments that he made on that in 2020.
Question is, do you send in the troops? Do you say, hey, this isn't going to happen anymore? Or do you let Seattle sort of implode on itself? It's the idea of you caught your kid with cigarettes underage, and do you take them away right away, or do you force them to smoke every cigarette in front of you in the entire pack to learn the lesson of what's not going to work?
And Aaron, this is something that he'd have direct oversight, right, as the Secretary of Defense, being, sending the U.S. military into American cities. And this was really reflective of a hardline approach that we found in our investigation of his view on the U.S. military. That included support for waterboarding, pardoning U.S. soldiers who had been convicted or accused of war crimes, targeting cultural institutions in foreign countries as if they were considered military assets. Listen to him here talking about his views on waterboarding.
What are your thoughts about Hagel taking waterboarding off the table?
I think it's a mistake. Absolutely a mistake. And thankfully, the next commander, who was it? Brennan recently, the CIA director, said that he wouldn't follow orders if he was told to. Well, guess what? I don't think you're going to be the CIA director under a President Cruz or President Trump.
So, interesting to see that in the past. And of course, as a public figure, right, as a television host, there's a long record of what he said. You also found, and this is particularly crucial when it comes to what role Trump is going to play in forcing this nomination, that Hegseth had a history of criticizing Trump. What did you find there?
Yeah, he was harshly critical of Trump in the 2016 Republican primary for lacking national security experience. He mocked Trump for relying on the cable news for military advice. He attacked Trump for opposing the Iraq war. He attacked Trump for saying the U.S. shouldn't have gone into Afghanistan, and then Trump reversed himself on that. Then he attacked Trump for flip-flopping. He really was arguing, and this sort of goes against, at the time at least, that the whole America First idea. He really argued that Donald Trump was not hawkish enough on the military. Listen to him here.
You wouldn't want a top-tier presidential candidate getting all of their military advice from watching Meet the Press. There's a lot more nuance. There's a lot more detail. Foreign policy and national security is not about TV shows. They're going to have to walk back a little bit from this idea that he gets it from the political shows.
And look, that's not the only criticism we found. Some of them were deeply personal on Donald Trump. He even attacked him as a, quote, armchair tough guy. That was his quote, and then attacked him for getting deferments from the Vietnam War. Listen to him here.
It's typical Trump. All bluster, very little substance. He talks a tough game, but then when pressed on it, he's an armchair tough guy. I hate to say it, but this is a guy who said that John McCain is not a war hero, yet he sought his own 5 military deferments.
So it's going to be interesting.
Of course.
To see here, Aaron, how Donald Trump squares both.
Take you back to 8-9 years ago. That's what they do.
Those comments from 2016 versus what he's saying today.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. Hopefully Hegseth gets confirmed. If he doesn't, I don't know. I just don't know. However, I have high hopes that he's going to get confirmed. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God, okay? With that being said, bless you guys. Thank you to Average Joe, the moderator for tonight. You are awesome, Brody. And shout out to the veterans. And also Joshua B, Zyros Garden, Mr. McKinnon, John Frazier. It's a lot of people, guys. I just want to say thank you to everybody, man. Thank you. Spider-Man 3226. Yeah. God bless you guys. Live be unto y'all. Yeah, peace be unto y'all. Yes, y'all. Yes, we will be back by probably midnight or past midnight. And yeah, bless you guys. Thank you. We drug tested and most jobs. Yeah, free for my function. Yeah, all that. Yes, man. Take care of yourself. Everybody, take care of yourself. Keep yourself. Protect yourself. I was wondering what it meant. All right. God bless you guys, everybody. Thank you. It is your boy Genesis. You know what time it is. I gotta go. Thank you.